the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly.
I'm trying to wait for my go-ahead signal from back there. Okay. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to this exciting day one of our joint FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada Good Clinical Practice and Pharmacovigilance Compliance Symposium. So I bid you good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending on whereupon you're in the globe system. It's so exciting to see so many of you here with us today in the room and online, of course. And we acknowledge that it took some, rescheduling and your commitment and your sacrifice to attend these 3 days. Hopefully you'll be here for all 3 days. So we do appreciate that and we thank you. On this website, well, actually on the slide, you'll see information about the Wi-Fi login for the hotel. I think many of you have already logged in, but that information is also going to be addressed later on, and there are flyers strategically placed outside in the lounge area. I have looked on the chat room, on our online chat room, and we have significant representation, global representation already. So acknowledging those people online, thank you as well. And we're not moving forward. Here we go. So my name is Brenda Stoddard. I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance Drug Evaluation and Research. I don't think I can say it often enough, but it's such a great pleasure to be here along with my colleagues to welcome you to this event. And adding to the excitement quotient for these 3 days is the fact that we are able to meet face-to-face after 4 long Online, it's 8%. And then people in the room, anyone with us since 2010? Okay. That's a no for anyone listening. And online, we have 4 brave souls who have been with us. Thank you very, very much for all your participation throughout the years. And the more than 50% who said this is your first time, I really and truly hope to see you at several other SBIA products in the future. Went too far. Okay, so these slides are a bit outdated as of this morning. We have 13,247 registrants representing 131 countries. This is the most number of registrants we've had for the program since its inception. So thank you everyone for contributing to those numbers. We hope that those numbers will translate, a good percentage into actual conversion into attendees. And just a little tidbit here, which I find interesting, hopefully you will as well. Over 47% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses. And of those, over 24% report having 1 to 9 employees. This is significant to us at SBIA because it reassures us that we are indeed reaching the small business sector of our audience. And that in turn validates our mission, helps our funding to keep the program in business. So thank you very much. This is a geomap, and it's always exciting to us, especially the planning committee, to see have that visual aid to see the density of the registration globally. And let's turn our attention. Well, I keep missing this slide. This is social media avenues. You, of course, can scan with your QR, with camera for the QR codes, but it will be posted throughout the days during the break sessions as well. And you can do it at your convenience then. So let's talk a little bit of details and logistics for everyone. And this year is a one-stop shop website. This is where you will get the slides for the day, where you would access the faculty bios, where you'll get the surveys for the sessions, each individual session, where you'll get the grant days. And The interim at the end of each day, the link, the YouTube link, will also be available if you missed something to go back and look at it. It will be available from the One Stop Shop website as well. And now for logistics for on-site folks. This is the Wi-Fi information I mentioned. If you need any help, you can also ask at the registration desk. We ask, please, that you silence your phone so everyone can be riveted to the stage and the presentations that are going on. Use the internet sparingly because we need all the bandwidth we can for the online people as well. You're on your own for lunch. Sorry, this is a government. We have water, and that's it. You're on your own for lunch. We have about 3 eating establishments within the building. If you need any help, most of you I see have been downstairs already and have visited the establishments. So you'll do that. We ask that you come back promptly from lunch. And there are lots of space in the lounge area there for you to get your lunch, bring it back, and network informally. Today, we're supposed to schedule to end around 4 o'clock. We will be having a formal, informal networking event downstairs in the lobby. Leave it at that. And we invite you to join us there at 4, not before, at 4 when it concludes. Okay. The next 2 slides I'm going to rush through because of the interest of time. They will also be displayed across the screen during the lunchtime. These are upcoming events, SBIA events. These are all 3 webinars upcoming. And then this one I think is especially suited to this audience. It speaks about enhancing adoption of innovative clinical trial approaches. And there is a public workshop March 19th and 20th. But again, this will be displayed so you can scan the QR code and get more information during the breaks. So at this point, I would like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. Many are here listed here, but so many more deserve credit. Please do not take it as a slight if your name doesn't show here. We would be for another 5 minutes mentoring names. As you can imagine, for an event of this magnitude and caliber, there are numerous names to add to this. And as I mentioned before, 56 speakers, panelists, and moderators, so everyone has a role in it. And this is just to name a few. I do want to call out Commander Lakeisha Williams here, even though she doesn't want me to. Commander Williams. Thank you. So Commander Williams, she has worked on this tirelessly for months and has gotten all the strands and everything that needs, she's spectacular. I'm just having goosebumps when I think about all the work she's done. So thank you, Commander Williams. And our heartfelt appreciation to the faculty for their commitment and dedication in sharing their expertise with us all. Our colleagues from MHRA UK, our colleagues from Health Canada, Canada, flown in for this event. So we welcome you, we appreciate the effort. And to the audience in person, please make them feel welcome and ask plenty questions. So they will know that they're valued and they're here and it was all worth the while. Okay, almost there. And of course, I went too quickly. Our thanks to you, the audience, whether you're in here in person, we know that took an extra effort, whether you're online, that took an effort for scheduling. And we, SBIA, wouldn't exist were it not for a need to serve you. And today's conference would not be possible and be of value unless you were here. So thank you for your support in making everything possible. Now, at this time, it's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote, Dr. Patricia Capazzoni. And as I said before, all the bios are up on the One Stop Shop webpage. As you will notice, Dr. Capazzoni is not up here on the stage with me. She was scheduled to be here this morning. Unfortunately, there arose an emergency conflict, but we were quite happy to be able to have her do a recording for us yesterday. And we will, have a keynote in a minute. But for an introduction, I know she doesn't need an introduction, but yet. Dr. Patricia Capazzoni is the director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. And the center's mission is to ensure that safe, effective, and high-quality drugs are available to the public. Dr. Capozoni joined the FDA in January 2018 as CETA's Deputy Director for Operations, where she has led several key initiatives on behalf of the organization. She also served as Acting Principal Deputy Commissioner of Food and Drugs from January 2019 to February 2019. So please let us welcome Dr. Capozoni in spirit, if not in person. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I am honored to have the opportunity to kick off the joint FDA-MHRA Health Canada Good Clinical Practice and Pharmacovigilance Compliance Symposium. I am sorry that I'm unable to join you in person in Maryland due to a last-minute schedule change. This event represents an exceptional opportunity to hear directly from regulators, and not just the US FDA. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our colleagues from the UK's MHRA, as well as our partners from Health Canada. We all appreciate you making the trip to join us here for this fantastic event. Starting in 2018, our agencies have made it a priority to develop and host a joint symposium every 2 years in an effort to share critical insights in good clinical and pharmacovigilance practices. This serves as an important touchpoint and reflects the tremendous impact global regulators have in helping to lead the next evolution of clinical research design and conduct, as well as both pre-market and post-market pharmacovigilance and safety reporting. In addition, our joint symposium represents a fantastic opportunity for transparency. It allows us to discuss strategies for sharing information between our agencies in a truly global medical product development environment. This symposium also gives us the opportunity to share best practices for GCP, bioequivalence, and pharmacovigilance inspections, as well as remote assessment activities. We have a packed agenda for our next 3 days. My hope is that you find this symposium to be valuable in that the information is useful, and the collaboration as partners across FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada helps to advance our shared public health mission globally. Before I get too far into my opening remarks, I want to acknowledge the fantastic FDA staff who have made this event possible. Please join me in sharing a message of gratitude to the professionals from the CEDAR Small Business and Industry Assistance Group, as well as our many speakers and moderators from the Office of Scientific Investigations within the CEDAR Office of Compliance, the Office of Study Integrity and Surveillance within the CEDAR Office of Translational Science, CEDAR's Office of Medical Policy, and our colleagues in the Office of Regulatory Affairs, Office of Bioresearch, Monitoring Operations. Finally, of course, thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today. I appreciate your interest in advancing our shared goals, promoting efficiency and effectiveness in GCP, bioequivalence, and good pharmacovigilance practice in support of our public health mission. The focus of this year's symposium is global clinical trials in good clinical practice, bioequivalence, and pharmacovigilance in the post-pandemic world. We can, once again, convene face-to-face as we're doing today. But notably, the symposium is also being offered virtually, a reflection of the fact that we cannot just return to our pre-pandemic way of doing things. This will be a continuing theme throughout the symposium's presentations. To start, a number of GCP presentations will describe efforts to advance novel clinical trial designs, operational approaches, and data sources. Although many of these were already in development prior to the pandemic, adoption of them spiked when pandemic circumstances required, and some have regressed since the pandemic ended. In a post-pandemic world, we need to harness the lessons learned during the pandemic about innovative ways to design and conduct clinical trials, to meet modern aims of increasing diversity and trial quality while maintaining the highest standards for participant safety and data integrity. This must involve evaluating the barriers to innovation that have caused some of the regressions in the use of innovative approaches since the end of the pandemic. It also means looking closely at which innovations make a meaningful difference in clinical trial diversity, participant experience, and outcomes. Presenters during the GCP portion of the symposium will discuss considerations that are unique to various innovative approaches. GCP principles are essential regardless of study design or approach, and how to apply those principles to innovative clinical trials merits careful consideration. This includes, for instance, data accountability for data derived from digital health technologies, as well as appropriate supervision of third-party service providers performing clinical trial activities. A consistent message you will hear across these presentations is the need for risk-proportionate approaches that focus on clinical trial processes and data that are most important to participant safety and data integrity. Let me take this opportunity to publicize one way that CDER is working to help advance clinical trial innovation. Last year, we opened a public docket to gather information from stakeholders on the barriers and facilitators to incorporating innovative clinical trial approaches in drug development programs. We're working in partnership with the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy to host a public workshop on this topic on March 19 and 20, 2024. Responses to the public docket will help inform the public workshop, and in turn, comments and feedback from the workshop will help inform CDER's future work related to clinical trial innovation. While CDER and FDA work to support innovation by industry, innovation must also come from regulatory agencies. You will hear presentations during the symposium describing regulators' approaches to GCP inspections. Many of these novel approaches were first adopted during the pandemic and continue to be used to enhance oversight of clinical trials. You will also hear about some of the ways that regulators are assessing innovative clinical trial design features. As I noted earlier, convening this joint symposium every 2 years is a great way for regulators to share information about their agency's approaches to these topics, including best practices and lessons learned. It is also an opportunity to share information about collaborative efforts among agencies. Along these lines, you will hear from panelists about updates to ICH-E6 guideline on good clinical practice, including data governance. During the third day of the symposium, we will switch gears from GCP to bioequivalence and pharmacovigilance. The bioequivalence presentations will begin with discussing a remote approach to reviewing the conduct of bioequivalence studies. CDER's Office of Study Integrity and Surveillance has been a leader at FDA in using remote assessments to support regulatory decision-making. We will hear about their experience as well as those of their counterparts at MHRA. The bioequivalence presenters will also talk about their findings from bioequivalence inspections and remote regulatory assessments, and will discuss the clinical portion of bioequivalence studies. Because so many medicines are based on approval supported by bioequivalence studies, the quality of these studies, both clinical and analytical, is crucial. The discussion of the findings provides insights on how we, as regulators, can focus our efforts to support industry. Finally, the symposium will close with presentations on pharmacovigilance compliance. As with the GCP and bioequivalence presentations, we will hear about use of remote assessments to evaluate pharmacovigilance compliance. We will also hear about emerging technologies and related advances in pharmacovigilance. The vast amount of safety information available about marketed drugs requires industry and regulators to think about new ways to process, evaluate, and act on the available information to help protect the public health. And because drug marketing, like drug development, is a global enterprise, we will hear from panelists about efforts among regulators to collaborate through joint inspections and by sharing information, including related to pharmacovigilance activities. Lastly, we will hear important updates on pharmacovigilance topics of interest from regulators. The next 3 days are clearly filled with a wealth of important information and illuminating discussions about how, as regulators, we can support and advance innovation in global drug development and pharmacovigilance, and in our approaches to oversight and innovation. The need for innovation is imperative to keep pace with changes in the drug development landscape. In collecting and disseminating safety information, deploying new technology tools and platforms, and recognizing the essential role clinical trial participants play in medical product development. The symposium is a timely and valuable contribution to meeting this challenge. We are excited that you're able to join us today. We hope you enjoy this time, and we look forward to the discussion.
Thank you all again, and thank you, Dr. Calvazzoni. Thank you all again for attending. And thank you, Brenda, for that warm welcome and kind words. Again, my name is Commander Lakeisha Williams, and I am just one of the many organizers of this great event. They say it takes a village to organize a great joint symposium, or at least that's what I've heard they say. But I have definitely had the honor and privilege to work with such an amazing and dedicated village of professionals within FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada. So thank you all. I would also like to thank Dr. Calvazzoni for taking time out of her busy schedule to provide the opening remarks. Although Dr. Calvazzoni could not be here in person, her willingness to provide the opening remarks speaks to the importance of this collaboration as global regulators. As she mentioned, this is our 4th joint symposium since 2018. And every 2 years, this event gets bigger and stronger, thanks to you, the audience. I am looking forward to what's in store next, and Dr. Calvazzoni remarks definitely set the tone for the 3 days coming. I now have the honor of welcoming our first session panelists to the stage. Session 1, entitled Good Clinical Practice Harmonization, Updates to ICH E6 and R3. This session will be led as the moderator, Dr. Kasa Ayalu. He is the Director of the Division of Clinical Compliance and Evaluation within the Office of Scientific Investigations. So again, I would like to thank everyone for joining us, and a special thank you to our Division Director of the Office of Scientific Investigations, David Burrell, for all of his support and encouragement with our regulatory collaboration. Thanks again, everyone, and welcome. Kasa.
All right, guys, yeah. Thank you very much, Lakeisha. Welcome to the joint GCP conference by the US FDA, MHRA UK, and Health Canada on GCP and pharmacovigilance compliance. And my name is Kasa Ayalu, as Lakeisha introduced, and I am from the US FDA. And the session that I will be moderating will be on GCP harmonization updates. And this session will be providing you an overview on ICH6 revision, including discussion on GCP principles, and providing you an overview on highlights that have been revised in ICH6, as well as also timelines and the status on ICH6 guideline, which is currently the Annex 1 is on the draft and published last year. And we'll be also touching upon Annex 2, and as Dr. Cavazzoni stated, that is additional consideration on conducting interventional clinical studies using decentralized elements and real-world data, as well as those that contains pragmatic features. And I have 3 speakers with me, and the first speaker is Lee Marcus. Lee Marcus is a senior physician from the US FDA, followed by, and then Lee Marcus is to my right, and to her right is Hossein Abid from Health Canada. Hossein is the regulatory, the national manager from Health Canada, and as well as Andre Fisher to the most right, who is a lead senior GCP inspector from MHRA-UK. I'm going to, before I call Lee Marcus to come to the podium to present her presentation, I'm going to mention that most of you have already submitted several questions through the online form, and we're going to identify those questions relevant to the session, and we'll be addressing during the Q&A. But I want to encourage you to continue submitting your questions during this session. Thank you very much, and I'm going to call to my colleague Lee Marcus to come to the podium. Lee?
Great, thanks so much. Okay. All right, so I'll start us off. Thanks so much for having us today. We're very excited to give you the ICH E6R3 Good Clinical Practice Draft Guideline Updates. This is our disclaimer, and then we'll talk about the overview here. I'm just gonna queue all of them up together. Okay, so I'll start the talk off and discuss the basis for the ICH updates, the historical context, the status of the updates, and the future timeline. I'd like to highlight areas that have been updated or changed from its predecessor, ICH E6R2. Together with my colleagues at MHRA and Health Canada, we'll provide an overview of the draft clinical practice principles and Annex 1 guideline. Then I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Abid at Health Canada to discuss sponsor and investigator responsibilities that have been updated. Then our regulatory counterpart, Andy Fisher at MHRA, will cover inquiries from the MHRA survey, significant changes, including data governance and essential documents. And then I'll grab the microphone back and discuss plans for Annex 2. Okay, so I'll start off with the general overview and history. So in this session, we will be discussing the 3rd revision of the International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements, so ICH, for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use, E6 guidelines. That's an internationally recognized standard of good practice for the entire clinical trial life cycle, from design and conduct to monitoring, recording, and reporting. The first version of E6 guideline was finalized in 1996, which you can see in the top half here, describe responsibilities and expectation of stakeholders in the conduct of clinical trials. It covered aspects of what I just talked about, the monitoring, reporting, and included sections for essential documents and IBs. The second version finalized in 2016, which this is all pre-pandemic, right? Like, who remembers this part? But I'll remind you, that was the E6R2, and that included the integrated addendum, and it also encouraged implementation of improved and efficient approaches to GCP, also protected human subjects, and updated some standard for electronic records, which we were sort of getting into at that time. Then in 2017, stakeholders like you conveyed concerns that the current ICH E6R2 guideline failed to sufficiently recognize variations in the level of risk for participants in different types of trials and allow for corresponding flexibility. I always joke that the F in FDA is for flexibility. That's why we're here to talk about it. So there was issues with managing the risks, and you can read this in the reflection paper if you haven't already on the right panel, and there's a link to it at the bottom. You guys are going to get all these slides. Another major concern related to E6R2's limited scope, it felt that anything titled good clinical practice should actually holistically address the planning of the conduct of the clinical trials, not just when it's already on paper and being put into humans. So the goal of the renovation that we're going to talk about is to provide an updated guidance that's both appropriate and flexible, that F word again, to address the increasing diversity of study types and data sources that are being employed to support regulatory and other health policy decisions. I want to note again that the underlying principles of this guideline for human subject protection and data quality is obviously going to remain. That's important. And the take home for me is noting that they're identified a need to make a change. And it was the ICH's decision to invite stakeholder comments, like you guys, on the proposed revisions in an early stage ahead of even developing the effort in changing it. And it invited public comment, which we'll talk about in a few, and it recognizes that the considerable stake and relevant expertise in the research community is there beyond just ICH. So I thought it's more of like a kumbaya moment, okay? Remember kumbaya around the campfire? We're getting everybody together to invite everybody worldwide to comment on the failing of this E6R2 guideline and how to make it better and how to make it change for the better for R3. Okay. So let's take a look back before we can look forward. There is a need for improvement with E6R2. After hearing general concerns that E2 had an issue, there was a subsequent gap analysis and there was stakeholder comment analysis to take a look at this. So on the left, you'll see it was comprised of published articles, academic responses. There was an open letter to EMA and the ICH. There were responses in something called the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. So you'll hear city survey thrown around. There was input from public engagement, and there was interviews on informing the renovations of the ICH E6 project. So the guideline analysis of all the guidelines concluded that even though E6R2 is intended for clinical trials to support registration and, hopefully approval of these drugs, it was also widely applied to other types of clinical trials that didn't necessarily need it. So the thought that E2 guidance had more of a one-size-fits-all approach, and there were concerns about those clinical trials to meet the GCP requirements in different situations, like during a public health crisis, like we just went through with COVID-19. There were concerns that the GCP requirements were being applied where it's not applicable, and we really needed to accommodate the changing clinical trial landscape. So the ICH E6R3's updated purpose was to provide guidance that's applicable to different trial designs and facilitate innovation. So I like these three words: modernize, harmonize, and adapt to currently accepted best practice. So the R3 guideline is entailed of 11 core principles of good clinical practice, which Dr. Abid will go over. And it's actually 2 fewer than its predecessor in R2. But then you get these bonus 2 annexes, which will replace some of the previous addendum of R2. I'd say it's a refinement and not a total overhaul, so don't get too nervous. The purpose of R3 is really to keep pace and fully satisfy the regulatory demands of the latest clinical trial innovations globally, focus on appropriate quality by design, proportionate, and risk-based approach, which we heard previously with Dr. Cavazzoni speak about, and also to approach the design and conduct of the clinical trial. So even before, again, it goes into humans. Lastly, it should address the complexities of clinical trials and the current regulatory climate, such as encouraging the exploration of technology. We'll hear later this week about digital health technology. It should encourage engagement and inclusivity, such as decentralized trials as well. You'll hear later about that. I also wanted to touch base on just the development of R3 before we even, put it into a draft guidance. So first, in the red, you'll see there was engagement with academic stakeholders and a series of joint meetings with an expert working group. Next, in this coral shade, there was some new approaches to enhance transparency, such as sharing the updated draft principles that were published in April of 2021 and endorsed by the ICH in May in 2023. And then there were public web conferences held over two days in May of 2021 to provide updates to the development. And lastly, in the lighter blue, there is going to be extensive training material planned to be developed with use cases so that you can bring them back to the employees in your group. They'll be used there to clarify and provide supplemental explanation to the application of the new GCP principles, guidelines. And therefore, expert working groups within agencies and between agencies assured internal clearances and external clearances of the material, and then final endorsement by the ICH. So there was a change in guideline structure in addition, which included, again, the Annex 1 and Annex 2. So this is just, sort of your cliff notes for the overarching updated guidelines. So Annex 1 was considerations for interventional trials, in which a draft was already published, and we saw on the previous slide, and Dr. Abid and Andy Fisher will touch on those highlights. And then Annex 2 has guidelines on varied clinical trial types, like non-interventional trials, which I'm happy to talk about in a break. I can talk about for days. I sort of love them. Data sources, there's a section on data governance. And when complete, the E6R3 will be comprised of the overarching principles and objectives, the Annex 1 and the Annex 2. The Annex 2 concept paper was written in March of 2023 and endorsed by the ICH E6R3 Expert Working Group Annex 2 subgroup. Try saying that 5 times fast. It's a lot, but there's a subgroup and an expert working group. It was established to begin development of Annex 2, which we are in the middle of developing. We expect about 1 year to 18 months needed to develop the draft, and then it will be out for public consumption. I'll chat more about this after the next 2 presentations. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dr. Abid from Health Canada.
Thank you very much, Lee. So in the next slides, I'm going to cover some of the key changes that we all will see in the new version, R3. So we'll cover the principles and the responsibilities in relation to the sponsor and the investigator. So ICH E6 R3 is composed of overarching principle and annexes, as Lee has explained. So the principles are designed to be flexible and applicable to a broad range of clinical trials. Annex 1 provides information on how these principles can be applied to clinical trials. And Annex 2 is suitable and adjusted for a variety of trial designs and set and data sources, particularly decentralized clinical trial, pragmatic element, real-world data, and digital health technologies. In this slide, I tried to provide an illustration on the changes to the contents. As you can see, nothing is lost. Everything is there. Of course, we have a new section, is data governance, section 4. And of course, there is a rearrangement. What was section 6, 7, and 8, respectively, clinical trial, investigator brochure, essential document, are now appendices in the new version. So principle of ICH GCP, they are overarching principle that provide a flexible framework for the ethical conduct of clinical trial. So these principles are intended to apply across a variety of clinical trial types and settings and to remain relevant for advances in technology and methodologies. Of course, ICH E6R3 will provide flexibility, how to meet and how to satisfy these principles. Stakeholders or clinical trial stakeholders will have all of the flexibility. So the key changes, not all of them. So first of all, these principles are interdependent and interconnected and should be considered in their totality to assure an ethical clinical trial conduct and reliable results. So just to compare these principles in R3 version and R2 version. So in R2 version, we have 13 statements. In R3, we will have 11 big statements, but under each of these statements, we'll have sub-statement or sub-bullet or sub-point, name it the way you want. And I counted about 40 of these sub-statements. So 40 sub-statements with 11, overarching principle, that's 51 compared to only 13 in R2. This, not to make our life difficult or complex, it's more to provide clarity and flexibility. So I'll go with principle 1. This is like the usual, clinical trial should be conducted in accordance with the ethical principle that have their origin in Declaration of Helsinki. So clinical trial should be consistent with GCP and the regulatory requirement with the ultimate objective to ensure the right, the safety, and the well-being of participants. So highlighted in yellow is cross-reference to the principle stated in R2. So even if you don't see these statements in the big principles, you will see them in the sub-point. I can't cover all of these in 18 minutes. I think it takes more than half a day or 1 day to cover all of these changes, but I will do my best. Informed consent is still the cornerstone. Nothing changed there. Principle 3, 4, 5, straightforward, like independent review of the institutional review board or the independent ethics committees. Clinical trials should be scientifically sound for their intended purpose. And principle 5, provide more flexibility. Clinical trials should be designed and conducted by qualified individuals. Now, the principle 6 introduced the quality concept. So quality should be built into the scientific and operational design, as well as the conduct of the clinical trial. Principle 7 is a new principle. It introduces the proportionate risk approach. So process, measures, and approaches for clinical trials should be implemented, taking into consideration a proportionate risk to participant and to important element of the data, but also to quality. If we go to principle 8 and 9, straightforward, clarity about the clinical trial protocol and the plans and the implementation. 9 is about clinical trials should generate reliable results. It's all about systems and procedures that should secure or assure the quality of every aspect of the design and the conduct of clinical trial. Number 10, most important, is a new principle. Roles and responsibilities in clinical trials should be clearly documented. More details in the sub-statements. And principle 11 is about the investigational product that should be manufactured in accordance with the good manufacturing practices, GMP, but also the storage, the shipping, the handling, and the disposal of these investigational products should be as per their specifications. The next slide, I'm going to cover some of the key changes for the responsibility of investigators. And keep in mind, it's all about providing flexibility and clarity. So, investigators remain the ultimate responsible for an appropriate supervision of the study team. Flexibility is brought when it comes to trial-related training. Now it should correspond to what is necessary and needed. Also, delegation documentation may not be required for clinical trial-related activities that are performed in accordance with routine critical care. This is key, especially for decentralized clinical trial, when you have healthcare professionals that are not part of the study team, but undertaking some of the activities that are related or key for the clinical trial. Again, more flexibility when it comes to communication with the institutional review board and the independent ethics committees. The next item is important. We all know investigators must comply or implement the protocol and comply with the good clinical practices and the regulatory requirements. So they remain responsible to record all deviation, but for important deviation, they have to explain it and they have to provide the measures they are taking or implementing to prevent these deviations from happening again. You will see this interconnected with the responsibility of the sponsor, because the sponsor will have, in the next slides, you will see that the sponsor will need to define what's an important deviation. Medical care for participant, the investigator, when they are physician or dentist, where applicable, they have the overall responsibility for medical care and medical decision. Now, our other healthcare professional can be involved in that. I think it's not they could have the overall responsibilities, they need to be involved. Sorry for that mistake. The last slide for the investigator responsibilities before we go to the sponsor responsibilities. So informed consent, so the usual, but now the R3 version encourages and promotes a variety of approaches to take advantage of the technologies, especially in communication. So we should use video, interactive to provide the information to the participant, but also more clarification and guidance to how to obtain remote consenting when it's considered and when it's applicable and appropriate. Records, always a key element, like that's the keystone for data integrity, but here it states that it refers to the new section for data governance, where say all of the requirements for computerized systems should address what is required or expected as per of section 4. We go now to the sponsor responsibilities. Just some of the key changes. I will go quickly about these ones. So trial design, sponsors should incorporate quality. This is the quality in the design, the conduct, and the operation of clinical trial, by identifying factors that are critical to quality and implementing mitigation strategies, right? They insist on that. The agreement, nothing new, except that now it's clear that sponsors ensure appropriate oversight of clinical trial related activities, important one, that they outsource to service providers. Again, roles and responsibility should be clearly defined and documented in situation where we have a clinical trial that has more than one sponsor. Sponsor oversight, the next one, as I explained, the investigator for important deviation need to explain the deviation and what they implemented to prevent it from happening again. But it's up to the sponsor to define the criteria that are specific to the trial that would enable to categorize and classify and define what's an important deviation. The other important element or the change is the adoption of a risk proportionate approach to the quality management of the clinical trial. And this is basically the quality that needs to be built in the science, the operation, and the conduct of clinical trial. It's quality into the design here. Monitoring remain a key activity, but more clarity is provided to centralized monitoring. Data and records, more details in that section. Again, there is a reference to the section 4 data governance, but a lot of details are provided to computerized system and what they need to require and comply with. So these are the references. So thank you very much. And then I will leave to Andy to continue with this presentation. And thank you again.
Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is give you some feedback on the MHRA consultation for the ICH E6R3 guideline. And then I will mention data governance, but very quickly, because that will be covered later. But also talk about Appendix C, which is essential records. So the MHRA became a member of ICH following our departure from the EU. And so as a result of that, we were able to do a consultation as an ICH region in the summer last year on the E6 guideline. So in addition to using the Excel spreadsheet for the collection of the detailed comments on the actual guidance, We also took the opportunity to use the portal to ask a series of questions, and they were based on the documents that Lee talked about, which is the reflection paper and the concept paper. We also asked about the implementation of the ICH GCP principles, just section 2, into the UK legislation, as we'd previously consulted on this as part of an update to the UK clinical trial regulations. So about 56 respondents completed the questionnaire. They uploaded an Excel spreadsheet and pressed the submit button. And 34 tried to do that, but just answered 1 or 2 questions and didn't like the difficult bit of the Excel spreadsheet, perhaps. And some of them were clearly practicing, and some were duplications as well. So I've got some graphs in a minute that will show the people who completed it and pressed the button with a spreadsheet and those that were incomplete, just to show you the difference between those. The completed responses, they submitted just short of 950 comments in the Excel spreadsheets altogether, which when I last looked was the second highest of an ICH region. I'm not sure whether that's good or bad in terms of how many. It certainly took a long time to plough through them all just recently. So in terms of who responded, we had quite a broad range of UK respondents. So we had non-commercial organisations such as universities, NHS hospitals and charities. We had commercial pharmaceutical companies and CROs, and then a number of individuals involved in clinical trials, including in investigators as well. So question 1, in relation to whether respondents thought that the update advanced the risk of a proportionate approach in the design and conduct of clinical trials, there was a large majority in agreement with no disagreement, so that's 87%. Question 2, whether the update encouraged organisations involved in trials to use a risk-based approach and focus on the protection of trial participants and the reliability of the results. Again, over 82% agreed with that, and disagreement was very low. Just to say that it seemed to be the same people who disagreed with everything to this, so you know who you are, I guess. Then question 3, whether the guideline conveyed the need for a collaborative, thoughtful and risk-based approach based on the nature of the clinical trial and how aspects of GCP are applicable. Again, the majority, 83%, agreed, with most of the remaining uncertain. Question 4, whether they agreed or disagree that compliance with GCP principles can be accomplished using multiple tools and methods. Again, over 82% agreed, so there's little disagreement. There was a little slightly lower agreement when asked about whether the new section on data governance flexibly addressed the requirements of increased use of new technology, but we're still talking about 75% in agreement, and again, the others are mainly uncertain. A slightly lower majority, down to 67%, in relation to whether the respondents thought that the new section on essential records allowed a more thoughtful and flexible and proportionate approach. And again, this was a move towards being more uncertain. So hopefully the updates that we have based on the comments and the proposed ICH training materials will help those who are uncertain to be a bit more certain about it. And then the lowest majority, but still at 55%, were in agreement that the guideline addressed innovation and complexities in investigator sites, test facilities and service providers in trial design. And you find that text in the ICH documents, that's where it came from. And again, there was a move to being uncertain, and perhaps this is an area that the expert working group who are updating the guideline can take a look at. And then the last question, number 8, was whether the GCP principles in ICH Section 2 can be successfully and proportionately implemented into the UK legislation, and over 71% thought that could be done. I think some of the comments that we received on this indicated that there needs to be some more guidance and training in risk proportionate approaches to get rid of people being risk averse and in implementing adaptations. And I think there's a little bit of a fear that regulators might be inconsistent in how they approach risk proportionate approaches, with one regulator saying that's fine and another one saying not, or even one inspector saying so and another one saying not. So that's something I think regulators will have to work on to make sure that risk proportionate approaches are going to be successful. So overall, from those responses, I think there was a generally positive reception to the updated guideline. So data governance, this is all I'm going to say on this, because there's a separate section where we're going to address a lot of aspects of the changes in the new Section 4. And this section has details on the data lifecycle and also on computerized systems. And also there's been new text added to both the sponsor and the investigator sections regarding their responsibilities in terms of data governance. So what I'm going to talk about now is essential documents, which I seem to have been talking about for at least 15 years in various presentations ever since I first saw the most horrendous ETMF ever, where I couldn't find anything. Thankfully, things are changing through time, and I've got a lot better. So what's changed in R3? Well, we've changed some definitions. There's some new detail on the management of records and addressing that new technology has been used. The big change is the simplification of tabulations that used to be in Section 8. So we've removed the before, during, and after structure and where the document is located. The purpose section on those old tables has been removed, and that has generally been contained in new text, which gives guidance on why a document is essential. So in terms of the investigator responsibilities, the box is highlighted in orange. You can see that some new text has been added to address the situations when an investigator leaves site or a site closes, in terms of keeping the sponsor updated on who's got the responsibility for the retention of the investigator's essential records. And then we've also removed the duration of the retention relating to 2 years after the last approval of the product in the ICH region, ... what was in there before. And that's just been simplified now to be in accordance with the applicable regulatory requirements, so the national legislation essentially in each region for how long they should be stored, or until the sponsor says you can go ahead and destroy them. In R2, there was emphasis placed on the monitor for checking that all the essential documents were in place and would be retained. This concept is still in there, but it's more about the monitors ensuring that investigators are doing that at their sites. And so there's new text in here in orange that you'll see on the slide, and that relates to the sponsors making arrangements for the retention of their essential records. And this is because of trials are getting more complex. Essential records can be located in many different places before, during, and after the trial. And also there's new text added, you'll see here, in terms of service providers, because they actually can maintain or retain, in some cases, some of the sponsor's essential records. So the sponsor needs to be sure how these records are all got to be managed across all the different parties. And we have seen that this is starting to be done by sponsors in terms of contractual arrangements with service providers, or development of TMF plans that set out who's going to keep what, and also internal procedures within an organisation to clarify the roles of different functional areas for the retention of their essential records. And lastly, there's been the same change to the retention time as I mentioned for the investigator section. So what's changed in the glossary? Well, you may hear me notice I'm talking about records rather than documents that was in R2. And this is because the definition has changed to acknowledge that we're not just talking about traditional documents that you might see on a piece of paper, but there's also the data and its associated metadata that are also essential records and need to be retained. And many processes in clinical trials are now done in computerized systems. So you have clinical trial management systems that might be documenting monitoring activities, and particularly in terms of risk-based monitoring. There's lots of computerized systems doing dashboards, etc., or working out when the regulatory green light's been met, or SAE case processing, etc. So documents aren't really applicable. They're actually records in a database or activities in workflows that need to be retained. So it didn't make sense to keep the word document, because that implies it can be like printed to a PDF or even to paper and filed in a paper file, which it would make no sense to do that for some of these things. So the language now suits the modern clinical trial with its increased technology. And so because of this change, the glossary terms of documentation, source data, and source documents have been looked at and combined into a new term called source records that contains a lot of the R2 text, but is updated to reflect the new technologies. So records are being generated in a clinical trial. You can't help but generate them in a trial. We all know how many bits of paper trials generate and databases, etc. But that's because you're following the protocol, you're following trial-specific processes, and you're following quality system procedures that generate their own quality records, for example, forms and QC records, etc. And also from communication. So lots and lots of emails, letters, minutes from lots and lots of meetings between individuals within the different organizations and between organizations involved in the trial. So these are all the records that need to be retained. So the need for why essential records should be retained has not changed in R3. They provide the information on what's happened in the trial and during its design and conduct and reporting. And these can then be evaluated for compliance without having to have complete reliance on speaking to people who are actually involved in the trial. And that's because the individuals who did the trial might not be there when it comes to be inspected. So just trusting it was done properly without any records to demonstrate that's not going to be sufficient. If you took that to the extreme, we could just accept the statement in the CSR that the trial was conducted in accordance with GCP, and that will be enough. But obviously that isn't enough. We want to see the evidence that it was, and that means looking at documentation and where we can speak to the individuals in the trial. So it has been also emphasised in the guide new update about the impact of conducting a trial in a proportionate way. So if you look at your trial and decide what's important and what processes you're going to follow and how that links to the guidance in Annex 1, and you make decisions on adaptations, etc. So you do your trial proportionately, then the trial master file or your collection of essential records is going to end up being proportionate, because you're not going to be doing activities that you felt weren't necessary in terms of risk for that trial. So a proportionate trial results in a proportionate level of documentation. So there's also some updates on the management of essential records, and this involves version control and approval of records. It also addresses that many essential records aren't necessarily trial specific, so software validation records, for example, might not be related to a trial specific build, but the software itself. and they need to be retained as they also tell part of the story of the compliance of the trial. There's also new text about being a thoughtful approach of where documents are located, and it now talks about access rather than having copies of documents, because electronic records can be shared electronically, and so that any party involved in the trial can have the access to the information they need to take their responsibilities. But doing this is also acknowledges that there's a risk to patient confidentiality in relation to investigator sites. And lastly, there's more detail on service providers. So in terms of storage, generally those who generate the record should store that. And also the prescriptive locations of where documents are stored is not necessarily true. We can use portals to share documents and then use audit trails to demonstrate the access and then provide documentation to be filed at the end of the trial. The guidance is updated that some documents may not be in a primary eTMF system. They may actually be held in repositories elsewhere. And then lastly, the storage of the records has been addressed in terms of the essentiality of them, and there's guidance on that, and looking at whether the record actually permits and contributes to the evaluation of the trial. I mentioned the tables before, so what I wanted to do is ask some questions about the tables. So the documents in those tables, they're there in every trial. Table 1 is for documents that would expect to be available in every trial. Table 2 is those that, if they are produced, then they will be retained. So in terms of a vote in the audience and also a vote online on this aspect, we just wanted to know what you thought about the changes to the tables. Do you prefer the R2 way with the tables as they are? Do you prefer the new way, the proposed way with the shortened tables and more guidance on what makes the document essential? Or do you prefer to have no tables whatsoever? So hands up for no tables. No takers for that? Hands up for the proposed way. About quarter. Hands up for the old way then, in current R2. I don't think a lot of you can't make your mind up whether which you want. So what have we got on the screen? %92 for the new way. Well, that's encouraging then, because it means that the people online are liking the new way. I have been at conferences with TMF colleagues who supported no tables, and the TMF reference model group meeting recently supported 54% voted for no tables. So that's encouraging that there's a liking of the new approach. So thanks very much for that.
I've got to say that I prefer not to use Excel. So I'm going to stick up for your participants with the survey, because just because you're an Excel defunct person doesn't make you a bad person. I'm a word wizard, but I can only do one thing at a time. So the other thing I wanted to say is we were at a meeting where there was a lot of internal chatter about the glossary, and I nerd out for a good glossary. How great is that? So I know that some people wanted it, some people didn't, but I think it's very helpful. So I'm going to stick up for the glossary. Okay, I'm going to take us home with Annex 2. Don't worry. I know it feels like the wild, wild west with Annex 2. I don't love uncertainty either, but we're going to hear a lot about what's going on out there. And then very soon you will see some draft guidances. So the ICH E6R3 Annex 2, it is intended to address the growing interest in clinical trials using various operational approaches and data sources and additional GCP considerations. You'll hear during the course of 3 days about decentralized elements, where some or all of the trial-related activities occur at locations other than the traditional clinical trial sites. So that's like patient homes or mobile trial units, local clinics, so their primary provider, and data collection may remotely be collected. You'll hear about some pragmatic elements. Those reflect trials that closely resemble routine clinical practices. And you'll hear about some real world data sources. There's conferences dedicated to just that third bullet. For example, those are use of registries. We see that sometimes in oncology files, electronic health records, hospital data, pharmacy and medical claim data, or wearables. So here are the timelines, for Annex 2. Really, we should see a draft form for public consultation soonish in the next calendar year. And it's likely that the final ICH E6R3 Annex 2 release date will probably fall somewhere in 2025. And before we finish up for today, I wanted to just talk about the summary for all of our speakers. So the first bullet here, ICH E6R3 is really attempting to fully satisfy the regulatory demands of the latest clinical trial innovations. Much thought was put into the transparency and the expert working groups and interagency collaboration and collaborations with you, stakeholders, including public comments and multiple, I can say documents for this, it doesn't need to be records. The second bullet was to discuss, to focus on the appropriate quality by design, proportionate, and risk-based approach. If you don't leave these next 3 days hearing that at least a dozen times, then we haven't done our job. It's looking at the conduct of clinical trials and address the complexity of clinical trials in the current global regulatory climate. And lastly, does require training. And specifically, we did talk about, Dr. Avid did talk about the investigator and sponsor responsibilities, including a new Section 4 on data governance and a data lifecycle and computerized systems. And you did hear Andy Fisher talk about record management. So there'll be some training cases for you to share with your group. And again, over the next 3 days, you should hear more about all of these certain sections, certainly data, Section 4, data governance, and the like. Okay, so this concludes our panel. I'll bring it back over to my colleague, Dr. Ayalu.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you very much, Lee, Hussein, and Andy. Please join me to applaud, actually, the three presenters who did an amazing job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we were able to finish, actually, the presentation on time, and perhaps a couple of minutes I can give back to you. And there is a coffee break, and we'll be returning back to the room 10:20, and where we will be discussing technology in clinical trials and DHT. Please come back exactly at 10:20. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back. We are 36 seconds behind. So if I can have everyone grab a seat, please, so we can go ahead and get started. So I thank everyone for coming back on time. We will begin the second and third session, and following, we will have lunch. So, session 2, I would like to introduce Debbie Fox. She's a compliance specialist with Health Canada. She is the lead moderator for session 2, Technology and Clinical Trials, Digital Health Technology. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Debbie to the stage.
Thank you, Lakeisha. There are 3 presenters in the section. Sorry. Oops. Advancing the slides here. There are 3 presenters in the session, with the first section being presented by Dr. Elena Bolle, who's a senior physician with CDER in the US FDA. The second session will be presented by myself, Debbie Fox, and I'm a compliance specialist with Health Canada. And the third section will be presented by Mandy Budwell-Jaggett, who's the head of GCP for MHRA. Today, we will start by providing a general definition of what digital health technology is in the context of a clinical trial. And this will be followed by 3 different case studies, which also include some important compliance considerations when working with digital health technology. As you can see here, DHTs can encompass a wide variety of technologies and includes any instrument, tool, or platform that's utilized at any point in the data lifecycle of electronic data when that data is captured and reported as part of a clinical trial. So this would include computer systems, software applications, and input sensors and devices when they are involved in collecting, managing, transmitting, storing, and reporting electronic data. And this includes remote data acquisition tools. So some examples of DHTs include the following. So as mentioned, this includes data sensors, mobile apps, and data reporting, data computing platforms, as well as ePro devices and their software. It includes IRTs, wearables, and also includes the eCRF. So now I will hand things over to Elena Bolle from the FDA to present a very interesting and relatable case. Over to you, Elena.
Thanks so much, Debbie. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here, and I welcome you to my talk about remote data acquisition. Please proceed, but do so with caution. I'd like to first start off my talk with a provision from the CFR. And basically what it says is that if you are going to use electronic systems for your trial, you must have procedures and controls in place that are designed to ensure the authenticity, the integrity, and the confidentiality of your records. Okay. So my goal today is to keep things relatable and straightforward. So here is my very complicated overview slide. I will first start by presenting the case, and then I'll talk about what happened, and then we will discuss the consequences for the application. And finally, I'll get to my take-home points, and I will suggest how to do better. My case today is a hypothetical case. However, I have created it using real findings from a real case. So what do we have? We have a new molecular entity, and the pivotal trial for the NDA was a single multi-center randomized double-blind placebo-controlled phase 3 trial. And what about the indication? Well, I write here just treatment of a disease because really this could be any disease where efficacy data comes from a clinical outcome assessment completed by the study participant using an app on a mobile device, also known as an ePro. So inspections, yes, we did them for 4 clinical investigators and the sponsor. And here's a little sneak preview. Efficacy endpoint data anomalies were noted by some of our statisticians. And more on that later, lots more on that. So on to the study design. After screening, baseline assessments were completed, which included an EPRO assessment. In this case, the EPRO was a disease severity questionnaire, and that was filled out by the participants using an app on a mobile device. Then participants were randomized in a one-to-one fashion to receive either the study drug or placebo, which they took for 12 months, full 12 months. And every month, they completed the EPRO assessment, which was, in this case, a disease severity questionnaire. The primary efficacy endpoint was change from baseline to month 12 in disease severity. So we're just going to take a quick detour here. This is a session about DHT. So let's review some of the benefits of DHT for remote data acquisition. In general, I think we can all agree that DHTs are convenient, leading to improved participant recruitment, engagement, and retention. And then, of course, the real-time data collection that you have with DHT, it yields more meaningful data, avoiding recall bias. And DHTs allow for instantaneous transfer of data while maintaining the blind, and real-time data monitoring and outlier identification. These are all great things. As regulators, we appreciate that DHT can facilitate high-quality source data documentation, and that is data that adheres to the principles of data integrity, and we have a handy mnemonic for that, and that is Alcoa Plus, which means that ideally data should be attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate, plus complete, consistent, enduring, and available. Okay, so back to our case. What were the efficacy endpoint data anomalies identified by our statisticians? Well, the anomalies were unusual patterns in the EPRO efficacy data. Efficacy data in some groups of participants had similar patterns of data missingness, and in other groups had similar data collection times. We couldn't find any explanation for this based on the protocol or issues reported during the trial. Luckily, for us anyway, the anomalies were noted early in the review cycle and helped us choose which clinical investigators to inspect. So in order to understand what went wrong, let's review what should have happened according to the protocol. So during the enrollment process, the clinical site staff was to assist participants with app installation on a mobile device, and then with app setup. And this required that the participant enter a default PIN, which was provided by the site staff, and then to enter a confidential PIN of their own choosing, which they would then use to access the app. Participants were then asked to choose 2 security questions and to provide answers to those questions. Participants were then given a help desk phone number that they were to call for technical support if they forgot their PIN and needed a PIN reset. In that case, they would need to provide the answers to their chosen security questions, and only then would they be permitted to reset their PIN. So I'd like to emphasize here that according to the user manual for the app, PINs, security questions, and answers should have been confidential. In other words, known only by the participant and not shared with anyone, not even the site staff. So, what the inspections found. So a majority of participants at the inspected sites used common PINs, or I should say identical PINs for their ePro app, or they used PINs that were based on their own birth date. But that's not all. Additionally, security questions and answer patterns were also discovered. At some sites, as you can see in this first table, participants had chosen a variety of security questions, but had used the same answer for all of them. And at other sites, as you can see in this next table, each participant had chosen the same 2 security questions and the same 2 specific answers for those security questions. So what actually happened? During our inspections, we learned that the site staff had provided instructions or suggestions to participants regarding PIN choice. That is, they guided participants to create PINs using specific memorable combinations of numbers, or to use PINs that were based on their own birth date that were easily known or already known by the site staff. Unfortunately, we gather no explanation for the unusual patterns found in the security questions and answers. But I'll share with you now that ultimately, an analysis by the sponsor revealed the same findings at a majority of sites for the study. Okay, so I know what you are all thinking. I think it's impossible to hear this story and not ask, why would this happen, right? So let's brainstorm. Okay, bear with me here, I'm trying hard. Perhaps site staff was serving as decision support for indecisive participants, those maybe who were challenged in thinking up their 4-digit PIN code. Or perhaps the site staff wanted to be a direct resource for participants who forgot their PINs. Or possibly, I might be reaching here, maybe they were anticipating that the help desk would provide inadequate assistance for participants who required a PIN reset, and they just wanted to be helpful. Or was the site staff establishing their own access to the participants' ePros? Well, we will never know for sure what happened, but the fact remains that when PINs and security questions should be confidential and they are not, that casts doubt on the attributability and therefore the reliability of the data collected on devices where those PINs were used. Let's now discuss the consequences for the NDA. Several FDA Form 483s were issued to clinical investigators, stating that the investigation was not conducted in accordance with the signed statement of the investigator and investigational plan. And as I just introduced, concerns about data reliability were there. So, and the review division, well, they decided that for those sites where both the efficacy data anomalies and protocol deviations related to ePro access were found, well, the efficacy data from those sites, they would be excluded from the efficacy analysis. So the sponsor was then asked to resubmit their analysis without the excluded data, and that resulted in a major protocol amendment and a 3-month delay in FDA's review. And of course, we shared our findings with our fine colleagues across the globe. Hi, guys. Which prompted increased international scrutiny by other regulatory agencies. Okay, so here I'd like to take a moment to reflect, okay? So we have the situation, right? We have the situation where site staff played a role in PIN selection, which resulted in PINs that were not confidential. This behavior could have been isolated to this one clinical trial, or perhaps this behavior is more widespread, affecting most trials using apps if those apps required only PINs for access. Okay, so before you dismiss this idea entirely, hear me out. I think we have to consider the second possibility. And why do I say that? Well, I say that because of a well-documented phenomenon. We're all familiar with the notion of password oversaturation, right? I'm sure we all know people who use easy-to-remember passwords or don't keep their passwords confidential. So just for fun, we have a poll, okay? This is a special poll. We're gonna do it in our heads, okay? Because it's a little bit private. So bear with me here, and everybody, please maintain your sense of humor. Okay, so for access to online accounts, websites, your computer, your phone, your ATM card, or even the safe in your home or the hotel you're staying at right now, which of the following is most true for you? I have used my birth date, name, cell phone number, or home address as my password. I have written down my passwords or shared them with others. I have used the same password more than once, or maybe you are perfect, okay? You have never, ever, ever, ever done any of these things. Okay, so in all seriousness, my point here is, we're all human, right? And so are the study participants, and so are the site staff. And we should really be able to anticipate this type of behavior when we design DHT and consider user management strategies. Okay, how to do better. So identify the critical to quality processes of your trial. That's where you should focus your time and your attention from the beginning. And because the efficacy endpoint data is so important, the processes that ensure endpoint data integrity, they're key. Ensure data attribution, and do that by selecting or designing DHT that is fit for purpose and engaging stakeholders in the design of DHT. Use robust access controls. Of course, there are many options to choose from, but examples that come to mind include biometrics and multi-factor authentication. Your goal is to achieve the intended security without greatly impacting user friendliness. Focus on user management processes and procedures. They're so important in all cases, no matter what access controls you use. And also focus on education and training and retraining site staff on the proper procedure for DHT, in this case, ePro setup and ePro use. For data monitoring, for efficacy data, we recommend centralized periodic data monitoring for anomalies to identify those situations where data may be coming from individuals other than the intended user. And for ePros in particular, we recommend monitoring of user access information. And if you're using PINs, well, you should be looking for common and birthday-based PINs and unusual patterns for security questions and answers. So finally, I'm at my summary slide here. So my case today, it's a good example, right? It's a good example of how widespread protocol deviations regarding access controls can compromise your application by undermining data reliability. Please acknowledge this risk and safeguard your study's data. The sponsor is responsible for implementing the expectations for computerized systems to ensure that ePro system data is reliable, and that includes effective access controls. Technological advances provide a variety of options for access controls. Explore the possibilities and choose wisely. Take proactive steps to decrease and manage risk, starting with selecting DHT that's fit for purpose, then employing risk proportionate system controls, and then providing ample education to site staff. And lastly, but certainly not least, monitor data throughout your trial. And that's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Elena. The next portion of the presentation is compliance fundamentals, including a case study of a hybrid system. I'll start with a quick refresher of some important compliance considerations and outline some of the fundamental requirements that should be in place for all digital health technologies. This will be followed by a case study that highlights the importance of ensuring that digital health technologies are validated for their intended use, in addition to having supporting a quality system structure. As the core functionality of digital health technology are to collect and manage data, what are the key compliance considerations when using DHTs? Well, ultimately, you want to ensure that GCP requirements for data integrity are implemented throughout the data lifecycle of all records. Elena has already reviewed these principles in more detail in her overview of Alcoa Plus, so I won't go into any further detail here. But to effectively apply data integrity principles requires adequate planning, identifying all DHTs that will be used in the trial, from data capture through reporting, and of course, conducting the appropriate risk assessments. Systems should be designed to support these principles, and sponsors should identify all record formats and interfaces throughout the data flow. Data transfer methods will also need to be defined, tested, and controlled. Having an adequate quality system structure with defined procedures to support these activities is essential for sponsors in order to collect the right data using the appropriate tools. Whether the system that incorporates digital health technology is fairly simple or more complex, start by following a few key compliance fundamentals. These include defining and controlling data flow, establishing effective risk identification and management procedures, establishing systems to ensure DHTs are validated for their intended use, implementing adequate quality system procedures and training, and applying risk-appropriate system controls and oversight. The following case study is based on an inspection conducted at a sponsor and was focused on an open trial. There were several major inspection observations noted during this inspection, and what I will present is abbreviated and simplified for illustration purposes to demonstrate the importance of applying the fundamental requirements we just discussed. This case involves the use of digital health technology as part of a hybrid system. In this example, the sponsor did not validate their EDC software before using it to develop an eCRF for data capture during the trial. The rationale provided for not validating the system was that the sponsor was using and relying only on data collected on paper CRFs provided to investigator sites. The sponsor explained that the eCRF was used only as a tool for communication between the sites and the sponsor, and the systems were separate and used in parallel. But instead of having two independent parallel systems as described, what was implemented was a hybrid system that included digital health technology without supporting validation. This resulted in multiple data integrity issues which were noted during the inspection. In the next two slides, I'll provide an overall description of how the sponsor's data capture system was structured and implemented at the investigator sites. The data capture tools provided by the sponsor are illustrated here, and they include paper CRFs for manual entry of data, and also include user access accounts to the electronic version of the study CRF. As pictured here, it may seem that the two processes could proceed in parallel as described by the sponsor, but I'll show you how these tools are actually used at sites. So according to instructions provided by the sponsor, the investigator sites completed the paper case report forms manually, which involved transcription of data from source records. Once the manual entries were complete, then this data was further transcribed from the paper to the electronic CRF. And to support the entries in the unvalidated system, the paper case report forms were scanned and then uploaded as attachments. So the paper clip that you see here is a virtual one. Now, just take a moment to test your risk assessment skills. What are the risks of implementing the system design? See if you can predict some of the resulting deficiencies. I'll just give you a few seconds to think about this before we continue. Now, I'm not going to ask for feedback here, but perhaps some of you were able to anticipate one or more of the deficiencies that emerged during the conduct of this study. Some of the deficiencies noted during the inspection were related to the creation of duplicate records during data collection, the creation of divergent records, and linked to this, compromised data integrity. Then the scope of use of the electronic system changed over time. And all in all, it was challenging to reconcile all of the study records. So how did this come about? Well, let's take a closer look at what happened at the sites. I think it's safe to say that most, if not all, investigator sites are used to working with electronic CRFs. Paper CRFs are still used occasionally, but we don't see them used very often anymore. This example was definitely a unique situation. I think it makes for a good discussion on data integrity, but the setup wasn't ideal for investigator site staff. The use of both systems with an additional requirement to scan and upload completed paper CRFs caused confusion, and understandably so. The additional requirement didn't make sense, and the instructions for data entry and uploads provided by the sponsor referred to the electronic system as the validated eCRF. So what we saw was that paper case report forms were often incomplete. The data may have been entered manually, but the site staff didn't sign or date many of the entries before the data was transcribed into the electronic system. So normally when working with an eCRF, data entries are automatically dated and timestamped, and entries are attributable to data entry personnel through their user accounts. And this is retained as metadata within the system itself. So even though the paper forms had provision to capture this information, sites often just entered the data values as they would in an eCRF without always manually recording this information to demonstrate who made the entry and when it was made. So we know we can't rely on the integrity of the data entered into the eCRF without supporting validation. And now we have seen that data collected on the paper case report forms aren't always documented following data integrity principles. So you can start to see how the integrity of the data collected during the study started to deteriorate. Other issues related to records were a result of the design of the system itself, combined with inadequate controls, lack of quality system procedures, and associated training. So based on the design of the system, every time the paper CRFs were scanned, the sites were actually creating an uncontrolled copy of the case report form. Paper CRFs were scanned and uploaded in various stages of completion, and there were no restriction on the creation or use of these copies, such as procedural controls or staff training. And this is how divergent records were created. There were examples where the uncontrolled copies previously uploaded were printed by a study coordinator who then manually wrote additional information on the printouts. So again, due to lack of control, this had a major impact to data integrity. Now, the sponsor had stated their intention was to rely on data captured on the paper CRFs and that the electronic system would not be used for study-related decisions. It was only a communication tool supported by paper records. Well, once a system was being used, we all know how much more convenient it is to handle data in an electronic system. The sponsor soon started to take advantage of this functionality, perhaps forgetting that the system was not validated at all. But in actuality, it was because of a lack of defined procedural controls for both validation and change management. A defined structure needs to be in place before it can be implemented, and in this case, that structure was deficient. And what happened was the sponsor began to import lab data from the central laboratory into the EDC, and consistent with the theme of lack of validation, the data transfer methods were not defined, tested, and controlled. From there, data was exported from the EDC and used to prepare data listings that were provided to the Independent Data Monitoring Committee. So the IDMC was making study-related decisions based on the data managed by digital health technology that was not validated for its intended use. This was one of the more significant observations noted during this inspection that required action from the sponsor. So what were the primary contributing factors to the deficiencies described in this case? Well, they include, the most obvious one is that the sponsor did not validate the EDC software used for data capture in the study. And the sponsor failed to identify and manage risks associated with the data flow. There was also a lack of data governance procedures in place to ensure data capture followed data integrity principles. So in summary, the take-home message from this case is that digital health technologies should be designed and used with data integrity principles in mind. In this case, if the sponsor had incorporated some of the compliance fundamentals we discussed into their quality system structure and applied them, the sponsor could have avoided some of the resulting deficiencies found during the inspection. So remember the importance of understanding and defining data flow, identifying and managing risks, validating all digital health technologies for their intended use, and implementing adequate controls, including comprehensive quality system procedures and training. And one other important note is that when significant issues are found during our inspections, we may share this information with our partners in FDA and MHRA. Hello, partners. So that brings my, advance here. That brings my section of the presentation to an end. So thank you for listening. And now I'll turn things over to Mandy Budwell-Jaggett to present her case study, which I know you will find very interesting.
Thanks, Debbie, and hello, everybody. So I'm going to present a case study from an inspection that I conducted, which really highlights the importance of data integrity control processes and the impact that this can have if all of these fall down. So just to cover what I'm going to cover. So this is a case study of a critical data integrity finding from a CRO inspection. So that's a contract research organization inspection. It will highlight how one design error led to a cascade of failures and lack of control processes to maintain the integrity of the trial data of a very pivotal trial. Now, it was quite a complex finding. There were multiple critical findings, so actually 4. I'm going to present 2 of them, and I'm going to try and do it within 12 minutes, so let's see if I can do that challenge in the time. If only the inspection was just as quick. So I have simplified some of the main learning points just so I can get the main key points across. So I'll give you a brief background. I think it's important for context. I'll go over the first critical finding, which is about data integrity control processes, and this relates to database lock procedures. It relates to access controls and audit trails. We required an impact assessment. It didn't finish there. We had to go back and give a second critical finding for data integrity itself, which I will talk through. And I'll go through what actions were required and hopefully some lessons we can learn from this as well. And then to summarize with some closing thoughts. Okay, so I think it's important to understand the background and the context of this trial and why we were inspecting. So we were doing one of our routine GCP systems inspection of a CRO and selected one of these trials. So this trial that I was looking at was selected as an example to see how the CRO followed their procedures. It was a trial in a rare disease in a pediatric population. Sadly, it has a fatal outcome and the average participant doesn't make it to their teenage years. There's no other treatment options available. Parents of the participants were really pinning their hopes on this drug working, and there were patient groups dedicated to finding treatment options out there. So there was a lot of patient interest in this trial. So at the time of the inspection, an interim analysis had already been taken, and that was a primary analysis for the study, which was going to be used to support a licensing submission. The primary endpoint was a clinical outcome assessment questionnaire performed by the clinician, which looked at symptoms, and each of these symptoms were weighted for a final score, which was taken at baseline and subsequent visits, so you could compare the change over time. And at the inspection, we realized that a marketing authorization application submission was planned for the following year. Told you there's more background and context. It's quite a complex one, so stay with me on this one. So as I mentioned, that there was a lot of patient interest. This is a rare population. It's a genetic disease. So once a participant was identified, the sponsor had decided that as we wait for the interventional trial to come online, we'll have a non-interventional study, which was a run-in study. And they had decided to reduce duplication and effort, that the end of study visit data from the run-in study could be used as the screening visit data for this interventional trial. Okay, hopefully everybody's still with me, and online you're with me as well. So that's important to bear in mind. Some more background information. So I'm a data person. I need to see things. I'm visual. I needed a data flow to help me understand this. So at site, you had the clinical outcome assessment questionnaire, which the clinician would be completing at the visit. And this was typically a paper questionnaire, and it was the source record. The site would enter this data into the electronic case report form. However, they were also entering demographic data for the patients into an IRT system, which is an interactive response technology system. So we had data going into two different systems, which then came back into the clinical database that was used for the analysis and reporting in the clinical study report. So let's not forget about that run-in study, the non-interventional study that I mentioned. That had a separate ECRF and a separate EDC system. And so they had decided to transfer the data, that the data managers would do this and take the data from the end of study visit in the run-in study and enter it into the ECRF for this one. Now, I'm sure some of you are already risk assessing this and are coming up with some potential issues they could find. So let's see what happened next. So I had selected this trial because the analysis had been done, it was reported, and we thought, great, we can use it to look at data management processes. Let's look at database lock. So the first thing I find is that the database has been locked and unlocked 5 times, and 3 of these were post-unblinding of the data. Now, at this point, my spidey sensors went off. Yes, all inspectors do have spidey sensors, just putting that out there. And then I found that they were analyzing the data, which was meant to be blinded, after unblinding. So now there's a potential to have significant bias in this trial. So I thought, okay, let's see what changed. Let's not panic. Let's go and have a look at the EDC system and see what data was locked, unlocked, what pages, and see if we can reconstruct that. Couldn't do that easily, and I couldn't verify that. So there's a reason why that got extra complicated. So those of you who were keen-eyed and are already risk assessing this process might have anticipated that when data managers were entering the data from the run-in study into this study, they had edit rights to the ECRF to do that. And at the time of the inspections, their rights had not been revoked. So they still had access rights, and it wasn't restricted just to the Visit 1 data either. So I thought, okay, don't panic. Let's look at the audit trails. That will tell me what's going on and everything will be fine. So asked for the audit trails. Nobody had ever seen the audit trails before. A request had to be sent to the EDC vendor saying, do we have audit trails? Yes, we do. But they were just in an unsuitable format and didn't facilitate review. Worst thing, they only went back 3 months, and that wasn't good enough. I needed to see it from the start of the study. So clearly nobody had been looking at these audit trails. And then I thought, well, okay, let's ask for the IRT audit trail as well, then, seeing as there's data being entered into that. Now, at the time of the inspection, the IRT had been decommissioned and taken offline. Nobody remembered to get the audit trails, so that would take a significant amount of work of bringing the system back up online to then get the audit trails from it. Don't think they were going to turn around that document request within a few hours. So they got a critical finding from data integrity control processes. So that's the first critical. We thought, okay, we're going to issue that. We will let you do an impact assessment. You got a chance to go and get the audit trails for us, and we'll come back. And then I brought the cavalry with me. Andy came with me. We then thought, okay, let's have a look at the data further. We had got so far, I was still on data management processes, and actually we wanted to have a look at the statistical analysis and query the reporting further. And so we thought, okay, let's see if we can see if any of this data has actually been changed for this primary endpoint. And then we found evidence of there was queries raised on a data point. So previously this had been SDV'd by the monitor as missing. And then after unblinding, a query was raised to the site, and then there was a data point. So we weren't quite sure how that happened. So again, we're now thinking there's significant potential for bias to be introduced to the trial data. They did get some audit trails to us. Unfortunately, these weren't any better. They were a bit better, I'm not going to lie, but then what we did find was another issue, that there were manual changes which site staff could be doing, and they'll show who did what when, but they were showing us system changes. And it later turned out that this was a bug within the EDC vendor system. So the CRO had subcontracted that part out, and the CRO or the sponsor had not been notified of this bug either. Okay, so I'm sure you're wondering, how on earth did this happen? So it all came down to one simple ECRF design error. So one of the primary endpoint questions could have multiple answers to the question. So you could have more than one symptom that you were experiencing in relation to that question. Unfortunately, the ECRF was designed to only allow you to put one symptom in. And so those symptoms had weighting which would impact the score. And that hadn't been identified through any QC checks or any validation of the ECRF, or through monitoring, which was 100% source data verified, by the way. There was no blinded analysis performed of the data to get the tables ready in a blinded form to see, oh, does the data look okay if we compare this with the run-in study? And then we also know that the run-in study, the trial end of study data was being entered as screening data in this trial by CRO staff, and that had not been risk assessed at all, with having mitigations and control processes in place. And there was no risk assessment at all of the trial, the design, the technology, you name it. So we needed some action. So they've got two critical findings at this point. We issued them to the CRO who we were inspecting, but we also wrote to the sponsor, and we wanted a response from them as well. We let other regulatory agencies that we were working with closely about the findings as well, because we knew that they were also planning to submit to them. Hello, friends? And we also then thought, hang on a minute, this is a pivotal trial and the participants don't have any other option. So what can we do? We went and spoke to our assessors in the licensing division to say, when this comes through for your assessment, what information do you need? Can this be saved? What corrective and preventative actions would you need to see? So our licensing assessor said, well, we would need an impact assessment. We need to clearly see all the data changes from before they unblinded the data to the analysis, see what had changed, explain it, and do a sensitivity analysis. And that had to be submitted with a marketing authorization application. It had to be transparently described in the clinical study report and also in the covering letter for the marketing authorization application. So some points I wanted to highlight was that the CRO had SOPs and procedures that would prevent this, but they didn't follow it. They came under pressure because they made a mistake, and mistakes do happen. We know that. But then the sponsor was asking for all these remedies, and they just didn't follow their procedures after that. There were a lack of quality control checks to ensure the integrity of the trial data, and there was no risk assessment performed at the start, during, or when the issue was identified to see if any potential bias could be minimized. And there was no impact assessment of when they did realize it either. Okay, so to summarize, hopefully this shows the importance of mapping out your critical data flow and looking at your validation and quality control steps along the way so that you can ensure the reliability of your data. Now, the CRO staff were entering data into the ECRF, which is the investigator's ECRF. And that is a delegated and authorized activity by the investigator. And as you can imagine, that had not been requested or authorized by any of the investigators on the trial. So again, going back to audit trails, one of the questions we get a lot is, oh, what do you expect us to look at for the audit trails? Hopefully I've given you an example of why I requested the audit trail. I had a question I wanted answering. So when you're looking at audit trails, or in your organizations you are, what questions do you want answering, and how is that audit trail going to help you do that? We're not expecting you to read an audit trail line by line, because that would be boring and it would take forever. So also, you can identify your critical to quality factors and data points in your risk assessment. What you need to do is also consider the technology, your processes, and your access rights with that. And if something goes wrong, like we said, we're human, things do go wrong. Take a minute, breathe, risk assess it, undertake an impact assessment, and if required, report it either as a protocol deviation, serious breach if it meets the reporting criteria, and it should be transparently described in the clinical study report. So I want to close this with an important thought for all of you. Now, whilst it may seem that I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of detail and process and data flows and all of that, I think it's important to ensure that these findings can have a true impact. Now, remember, there were parents who were pinning their hopes on this drug to potentially save or prolong their child's life, and they had no other options. And the participants of these trials are the heroes, really, of undertaking these trials, undergoing the assessments and the invasive procedures to really answer a very important question of, does the drug work and is it safe? And can the risk-benefit profile be established for the licensing regulators to authorize that product so it could go to other patients in future? And by not having these processes in place, you can result in patient harm or your data not being accepted for marketing authorization application that could impact patients in future. So when you're designing your processes, and sometimes we can get really busy in our day-to-day lives of process and trials and meetings and emails, it's really important to really think about the real impact on patients and those parents who are waiting for this product as it may have potentially saved their child's life. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I'll hand over to Debbie.
Thank you, Mandy. That brings session 2 to a close. So I just want to extend a big thank you to my team members, Mandy and Elena. We will be happy to address questions related to our session during the Q&A panel discussion at the end of the day. So please submit your questions online. And now I'd like to hand things over to Dr. Karen Bleich, the moderator for session 3, clinical trials with decentralized elements and GCP inspections. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here today, and I want to thank everyone for attending. Before we get into the three terrific presentations that we have for this session, I want to start with introducing the topic by getting on the same page about terminology and also a few comments about why we think this topic is important. So first, what does FDA mean by terms such as decentralized, point of care, and pragmatic in terms of clinical trials? Decentralized, as we heard earlier today, is when some or all of the trial activities occur at locations other than traditional trial sites. And these are typically away from investigators, for example, at participants' homes or local healthcare facilities. And we're going to hear a lot more about this in terms of GCP inspections from the presentations. Decentralized potentially may involve flexibility in terms of options for where trial activities may occur. For example, in the setting of contingency planning for disruptive emergencies, as we saw with the pandemic and also with war and natural disasters. The use of locations other than traditional trial sites isn't a new concept, but certainly we saw the implementation increase significantly over the last few years by necessity. So what about point of care and trials with pragmatic elements? So these terms refer to the integration of clinical investigations into routine healthcare. They typically involve the use of existing healthcare infrastructure, for example, the use of local healthcare providers to conduct trial assessments. They may use data that's collected during routine healthcare, also called real-world data. They may have simplified protocols with streamlined data collection and broad eligibility criteria, and thus could be more reflective of the population intended for the use of a drug. Point of care and pragmatic are also not new concepts, but they have been increasingly facilitated by technological advances, such as electronic medical records, digital health technologies, and the interoperability of these data systems. And this enables the integration of clinical studies into routine healthcare. So I just want to make two quick points about decentralized and point of care. The first is that we don't need to think of it as an all or nothing approach. Instead of thinking of them as distinct trial designs, it may be more helpful to think of them in terms of collective design elements or a set of tools that can be incorporated into trials as appropriate in order to make the trials more efficient and more inclusive. And the second point is that there is overlap between decentralized and point of care or pragmatic elements. And so, for example, the use of local healthcare providers to do study assessments would be considered decentralized because it's occurring away from the traditional trial site, and also point of care or pragmatic in that it involves the use of existing healthcare infrastructure. So lastly, why do we think that the incorporation of these innovative design elements can be important? The goal overall of modernization efforts in the clinical trial ecosystem is to accelerate the development of safe and effective new drugs so that they can be available for patients. And this involves the generation of reliable and generalizable study results in the most efficient fashion while ensuring participants' protections. The use of innovative design elements may increase efficiency in terms of trial costs and timeframes, may increase generalizability in terms of being able to enroll more diverse populations, and may increase resiliency in terms of the ability to continue trials during unexpected disruptions. And finally, incorporation of these elements may improve convenience and accessibility for participants which can improve both recruitment and retention, which of course is essential to the success of a trial. We've heard from patients and from patient groups that the flexibilities, particularly in terms of location, that were implemented during the pandemic were highly valued. And patients want this convenience and flexibility to continue in a post-pandemic world. So with that, let's shift our gears and focus on GCP compliance related to these innovative design elements. And let me briefly introduce the speakers. First, we'll hear from Dr. Lee-Pai Sharf. She is a senior medical officer in the GCP assessment branch in the Office of Compliance in Cedar. Next, we'll hear from Alicia Cassina. Alicia is a senior regulatory advisor for Health Canada, where she has served for nearly 30 years. And finally, we'll hear from Haley Dixie, a lead senior GCP inspector for MHRA. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And it's a pleasure to be here today to speak to you about clinical trials with decentralized elements and GCP inspections from the US FDA's perspective. Here is my disclaimer. Here is an overview of my presentation. I will give a brief overview of clinical trials with decentralized elements and review the US regulatory and GCP inspections on trials with decentralized elements. First, some considerations with the traditional or site-based clinical trials. In a traditional clinical trial, all study-related activities are centered at the clinical investigator site. Challenges associated with the site-based trials include that the locations of trial sites may be geographically limited and can require significant patient travel, which can restrict participation in the patients who live far away, or if they have mobility issues, for example. These challenges can impact on enrollment and may lead to a less diverse patient population. This new slide shows the data flow in traditional clinical trials. All the data is collected at the trial site and is transferred or transmitted to the sponsor or CRO, often through electronic data capture systems, where data is processed, stored, analyzed, and ultimately reported to FDA. So in a trial with decentralized elements, some trial-related activities may be conducted at sites away from the clinical trial site. Trial subjects may receive investigational product at home and may visit local healthcare providers for certain trial-related activities. Data may also be obtained from local laboratories and imaging sites or captured using devices like wearables or on a smartphone. Data flow may be different from a traditional clinical trial. Some data may be flowed through the clinical investigator to the sponsor and CRO, but other data may be captured directly by the sponsor and CRO through an EDC and would then flow back to the clinical investigator site. Trials with centralized elements may offer advantages that may help meet the public health need to accelerate medical product development. And as I mentioned before, these trials offer the participants convenience by bringing clinical trials closer to their home. DCTs may also help the industry by accelerating recruitment and increase diversity of the study population. Lastly, the increased use of computerized systems such as telehealth and digital health technologies offers the ability to capture data more frequently and efficiently. It is important to note that DCTs are not appropriate for every study, and determining if adding decentralized elements to a study is appropriate or not would depend on several factors, some of them listed here. I will give 3 examples from this list. The first example is the nature of the disease being studied. Trials involving patients with unstable medical conditions that need intensive care or other specialized trial-related procedures may need to be conducted in hospitals or established research centers. The second example is concerning trial design. Early phase trials, such as proof-of-concept trials that require frequent visits or studies that require intensive patient monitoring, are not appropriate for a decentralized approach. And the third example is concerning the type of investigational products being studied. Products in early stages of development with unknown safety profile or products with complex administration procedures may need in-person supervision by the investigator at the trial site and are also not suitable for a decentralized approach. So, let's see. There you go. Considerations for designing trials with decentralized elements. The sponsor should determine early on which activities must occur at the clinical site, which activities can occur at a local or mobile healthcare provider site, and which are amenable to remote technology solutions. And because of the complexity of the data flow, it is very important for the sponsor to implement additional trial safeguards, processes, training, and procedures to ensure participants' safety and adequate trial oversight. The sponsor should designate early where and how local source documents and electronic information will be stored. The ethic principles and the standards for the evaluation of clinical trials by IRBs and IECs for trials with standard design also applied to trials with decentralized elements. And particular attention should be given to privacy and confidentiality of the participants and security of data. The sponsor should also consider regional differences concerning remote technology availability, manage contractual relationship with non-trial personnel and facilities, and coordinate the timing of remote visits and procedures prior to the initiation of the study. And last, the sponsor should determine which trainings are needed for participants and study staff for telehealth visits and use of DHTs. So there are a lot of moving parts, but regardless of the clinical trial type, sponsors are encouraged to contact the FDA's review division early in the planning stages of the trial to discuss feasibility of the data to support a regulatory action. So what are the regulatory expectations for the conduct of a decentralized clinical trial? Trials with decentralized elements are subject to the same regulatory requirements as other FDA-regulated trials. FDA's GCP expectations are the same for trials with decentralized elements and traditional clinical trials. And regardless of the type of the clinical trials, the regulatory responsibilities of the clinical investigators, sponsors, and CROs do not change. That said, I do want to highlight some unique considerations for sponsors when conducting a trial with decentralized elements. My next comments are not in the slides, so please bear with me, and I will try to speak slowly. Clinical trial with decentralized elements has the potential to introduce variability into clinical trial data and may also increase risk to the quality and integrity of the data. Because of the data flow may be complicated and data may be received from a variety of sources, the sponsor needs to have a robust and well-defined data management plan, including a data flow diagram describing the data source and data flow to the sponsor for all data elements. This should include the methods being used for any remote data acquisition, as well as a list identifying all third-party vendors contracted for data collection, handling, and processing. DCTs would typically rely on a variety of computerized systems, and sponsors and CROs should ensure that DHTs are available and suitable for use by all relevant participant populations. The use of DHTs should comply with laws governing telehealth in different states and countries. Given the increased use of computerized systems and the increased complexity of the data flow, I repeat here that it's important that sponsors ensure adequate and close oversight of trials with decentralized elements. As with any trial, sponsors may use a variety of approaches to monitor trials with decentralized elements. And the monitoring plan should be based on the sponsor's risk assessment of the trial processes, procedures, and the data itself. FDA encourages the use of central monitoring to detect early signs of discrepancies, deviations, missing data, etc. A trial monitoring plan should describe how monitoring will be implemented to assess protocol compliance and data quality and integrity. The monitoring plan should specify the frequency with which each trial record and source documents will be achieved, and note any unique aspects related to the trials with decentralized elements procedures. So moving on to the clinical investigators' responsibilities. Investigators in clinical trials with decentralized elements have the same responsibilities as traditional trials. That is, to conduct and provide oversight, select qualified staff, follow informed consent procedures, obtain IRB approval, ensure IP accountability, adhere to study protocol and record keeping, communicate with monitors and sponsors, and report all adverse events. Clinical investigator oversight of trial personnel may be more complicated in DCT due to the increased use of remote trial personnel, as well as local healthcare providers to complete study-related risks. When permitted by sponsor, investigators may delegate others to conduct study-related procedures. These procedures may take place at participants' homes or at facilities authorized by the investigator. Investigators should ensure that the delegated staff are qualified by education, training, and experience, and that data obtained and completed, that procedures are conducted according to the protocol. Next, concerning FDA GCP inspections. For trials with decentralized elements, the sponsor should provide the location where the trials with decentralized elements related records and source documents are located. The sponsor should indicate where the investigator and other trial personnel can be interviewed for US FDA's inspection, and should ensure that all information required under applicable regulations are maintained for the trial audit and be accessible by FDA inspectors. Some more specifics to GCP inspections of trials with decentralized elements. The purpose and process for conducting inspections of DCTs is the same as for traditional trials. As with any marketing application submitted to FDA, we may inspect the sponsor, the CRO, and clinical investigator DCT sites as part of a marketing application review. Investigator inspections are conducted at the DCT site where trial records and source documents are located. So for inspectional purposes, the address of the DCT site should be the physical location where all DCT-related records and source documents are accessible, and the relevant responsible individuals, the investigator, and DCT study personnel should be available on site or by phone to answer any questions. When necessary, investigations may also take place at other facilities, such as local clinics and pharmacies, where trial-related activities occurred. So, in summary, regardless of the type of clinical trial, the regulatory responsibilities of investigators, sponsors, and CROs do not change. FDA's regulatory and GCP expectations remain the same. And the process for conducting inspections is the same for the trials with decentralized elements. I thank you for your attention. Our next two speakers are not here, and they will give their presentation via video conference. Thank you.
Hello everybody, and thanks for the introduction. It is my pleasure to talk today about Health Canada perspective on decentralized trials. I am going to talk briefly about cooperation with regulators, touch on the risk assessment and ICH guidelines in relation to decentralized trials, cover quickly impact of COVID on development of DCT elements, mention some regulatory challenges, and share a few thoughts on the future of DCTs. Let me start with the dialogue with regulators. For early planning and designing of the trial, the sponsor should discuss the approach to be used with the agencies. And we all have a system in place to discuss issues with stakeholders at this stage. MHRA has innovative licensing and access pathway, innovation scientific advice meetings, FDA pre-investigational new drug application meeting, and Health Canada pre-application meeting with the review directorates, and GCP requirements can be always discussed with the compliance and enforcement unit. Make sure to talk to the regulators and talk to them early. And this message is endorsed by all 3 regulators here today. In this next slide, I am going to briefly cover the risk assessment, as some elements were already mentioned by my colleagues. There is a lot to consider, starting with that investigator and sponsor responsibilities are the same as for any trial. The sponsor and the investigator are responsible for risks to the quality and integrity of the study and the data being collected. The bottom line is that the risk assessment needs to be done and particular risks must be identified. And also, not every study is a good candidate for DCT. A trial may be intensive in terms of medical oversight or require more difficult treatments, or just the design doesn't work for DCT. The ability of trial participants, protocol-related risks including endpoints and equipment, investigational product, resources, digital data collection tools, it all needs to be taken into consideration, and these are just some example risk depends on. Currently, we don't have any specific ICH guidelines on the topic of decentralized trials. However, ICH E8R1 guideline promotes identification of critical to quality factors and concentrates on activities essential to the study. ICH E6R3 guideline encourages innovation and is intended to be flexible and modern. Development of some updates to this guideline was informed by lessons learned during the pandemic. I also would like to mention here the final concept paper, ICH E6R3 Guidance for Good Clinical Practice, Annex 2. Annex 2, additional considerations for interventional clinical trials, will include decentralized and innovative elements, so let's watch for development of this document. Moving promptly to the impact of the COVID pandemic for DCTs. The COVID pandemic really forced many elements onto more traditional trials simply so they could remain viable. As we all remember, the pandemic brought challenges that directly impacted clinical trials. Participants needed to avoid contracting the virus, healthcare resources were diverted to other priorities, and we all needed to follow public health recommendations. During this time, Health Canada issued notice to clinical trial sponsors titled Management of Clinical Trials During the COVID-19 Pandemic. This notice addressed implementation of flexibilities such as remote visits or direct shipping that were really already available, but they were used much less commonly. Impacts were different in different countries, but most having consideration for what would be needed in the future. In general, the pandemic brought acceleration of acceptance of decentralized trials, and while some aspects still need to be explored, the pandemic offered opportunity for some new elements that would bring better recruitment and diversity. This slide shows you how vast our country is and how far potential clinical trial participants can be located from the main centers. Therefore, in Canada, we always had sort of a version of DCTs because of this large size of our country and its remoteness, with provision for some approaches like electronic informed consent or direct shipment to patients, but it was in our guidance without any explicit regulations. Modernization of Canadian regulations will bring clarity to this area, so stakeholders will have a good understanding of the regulatory requirement rather than case-by-case answers. And now why don't we talk about the commonly asked question, which is what is an investigator site and who is responsible for the medical oversight and other GCP investigator responsibilities? In Canada, the sponsor has responsibility for the overall conduct of the clinical trial, and the qualified investigator, QI, is responsible for the site and medical decisions. That being said, if a single QI is responsible for different locations, it is important to note that the logistics, for example, the investigator's time and ability to oversee the sites and geography, must support the arrangements. Current ICAG6 R2 definition states that the clinical trial site is the location where trial-related activities are actually conducted, and this definition is under the review. The proposed definition in ICAG 6R3 states that the investigator site is the location at or from where trial-related activities are conducted under the investigator/institution supervision. What constitutes a clinical trial site is not currently defined in Canadian regulations. Current regulations and provisions are included on this slide for your information, but moving into the future, under Clinical Trial Modernization Initiative, it was proposed to provide clarification on the definition on clinical trial site to accommodate DCT elements. By clarifying the definition of trial site, greater modernization could be achieved by promoting opportunities for clinical trials by using different approaches. For example, home visits, new technology, and this would foster greater agility in the regulatory framework. These different approaches, again, may encourage greater accessibility for Canadians to participate in clinical trials, participants who may not have otherwise considered a CT as a possibility, for example, due to a geographical barrier. Let's talk now about some future challenges in respect to DCTs. Challenges that would be requiring guidance to clarify, starting with activities to be considered safe for DCTs with examples of locations, for example, home care, and how they should be documented in the protocol and in all our Health Canada forms. The Research Ethics Board, REB, approval would need also to be clarified, as in Canada every site has to be approved by REB. So how is it going to be done for different locations for decentralized studies? The potential risks and resources to inspect DCTs and challenges for sponsors would also need to be clarified. As already mentioned, the sponsor in Canada is responsible for overall conduct of a trial, including oversight of all activities at the main site and off-site locations, records, data handling, training of all staff involved in the study. The investigator is responsible for the site, and the investigator needs to oversee all activities related to a study and also enrollment, consenting, and use of new technology. So all of this would require further clarification in a guidance. Speaking of remote informed consent, in addition to letter to stakeholders during COVID pandemic, Health Canada also issued clinical trials for medical devices and drugs relating to COVID-19 regulations, where the remote informed consent was covered in more details. As written consent is not always possible, a remote informed consent could be used as written or verbal remote informed consent. For electronic consent, the remote written informed consent documentation of process would be required, and when feasible, written confirmation of informed consent from participant is needed. For non-written informed consent, verbal, which would be obtained through readings of the content of the informed consent form to the participant, it would need to receive the individual informed consent before the witness, attestation by the witness, and documentation of the process would be required as well. And again, when feasible, written confirmation of informed consent from participant would be needed. Finally, a look at the future. Upcoming modernization of clinical trial regulations will bring clarity to this area, bringing a risk-based approach and more flexible framework. So the future of DCTs should be bright. The use of decentralized and hybrid trials has been accelerated by the pandemic and will remain an option going forward. Of course, some challenges remain. There are potential implications in a number of areas, including provincial, territorial jurisdictions. For example, qualified investigators, physicians, are licensed in Canada by provinces. Privacy of data could be a problem. Existing clinical trial processes, for example, notification or REB approval, we already talked about, roles and responsibilities of the sponsor and investigator, compliance and enforcement. So more guidance is needed from Health Canada, other regulatory agencies, and ICH. But for sure, updates of ICH E6R2 will provide additional flexibility, and as I said, the future of DCTs should be bright. And this would include my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and if there are any questions, they may be answered by my Health Canada colleagues at the questions and answers session, or you may send questions to the email address included on this slide. So thank you again and have a wonderful day.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayley Dixie, a lead senior GCP inspector at the MHRA. I'm going to be carrying on the theme of talking about trials that have been involving decentralized and innovative features, and talking through some inspection case studies that we have had over the last couple of years. So for the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to cover a brief recap following on from Lee and Alicia, and then I'm going to use the majority of my time to talk through what I know best, which is inspection. So we are going to look at some inspection case studies from the last couple of years, which have involved trials using decentralized and/or innovative features. We'll also take a look and consider what might be the common themes and issues emerging, and then summarize these learnings towards the end. So back at our last joint symposium in March 2022, which I hope many of you listened into, Dr. Kirsty Weidenbach, an expert medical assessor at the MHRA at the time, provided a comprehensive presentation on what a decentralized trial is. She covered key considerations on suitability for decentralization through to example decentralized trials and their design. Lee and Alicia have just covered current guidance from the FDA and Health Canada on decentralized decentralized trials and the use of innovative features. So now I wanted to talk through what we have seen on MHRA inspections. With the first thing I guess I wanted to say is really that we haven't suddenly seen on inspection a sudden boom in fully decentralized trials, even with the pandemic. Decentralized features are obviously being seen more and more often, but fully decentralized and innovative ways of working have been seen so far and more commonly on inspection of non-commercial organisations in the UK. So just to recap, when I'm talking about decentralized trials and trials using innovative features, I'm talking about trials where some or all of the trial activities occur at locations other than a traditional clinical site. They may involve the use of digital health technology tools and other electronic systems such as ePros and IRTs to perform some or all study-related procedures at locations that are remote from the study site and remote, therefore, from the PI. There may also be use of innovative features, so clinical trials using existing systems that are in place for standard clinical care and integrating them in a more streamlined way for data collection for a trial, and therefore reducing the burden of the clinical trial on all parties involved. There are clear benefits of using decentralized trials and innovative features for clinical trials. However, there are some emerging common pitfalls, and these are what I'm going to talk through using some case examples. So the first case I would like to present involved a fully decentralized trial, and this was designed as such from the start to maximize recruitment and outreach. Consent was being performed remotely. It was being performed over the phone or on video calls between a central group or the local GP PI site and the volunteers. A database had been set up by the sponsor and the consent was being documented in this clinical trial database only. So the consenter would provide the information over the phone, which may have been the GP site or a central hub, and then the volunteer would provide verbal consent, and this was then ticked and confirmed in the database by the consenter. So those that were taking the consent then confirmed that in the database. And this was based off of verbal consent from the participant. This process, the process of documenting consent, was not fully detailed in the protocol. As part of some standard practice, as part of some standard practices at GP sites, calls may have been audio recorded. However, this wasn't a requirement of the clinical trial protocol itself. On inspection, which involved visiting a GP site, the site inspected did actually routinely record all of their calls and were actually able to provide some of these audio recordings during the inspection. It did take some digging around to locate these audio recordings for specific participants, but they were able to be located. These were then listened to as part of the inspection. And it was found that some of those listened to, that the volunteers had not always explicitly confirmed understanding and consent, leaving therefore a bit of a question mark as to whether the patient had in fact consented or not. So in this case, what was found was that there was no written consent obtained from the participants themselves, and neither was there a witness present, i.e. someone that could provide a second confirmation that verbal consent had actually been provided. It was also found that there was no robust process for ensuring that the participants had received a full copy of their signed informed consent form for their own reference. The database and other documentation did not record the version of the information sheet and the informed consent used at informed consent. Therefore, it was also not possible to verify which version of the informed consent the participant had completed themselves or had completed on their behalf, nor which version of the patient information sheet had been read by the participant. So the trial team responded to the inspection finding that they did have a way to link the version of the consent CRF to the PIS used, and that this was captured within the data and could be exported and extrapolated. Therefore, there was a way, albeit a complicated one, which potentially included some assumptions, but this wasn't all documented in the TMF or in the source documentation. And going forward, the trial team were able to add the informed consent form version and date to the PIS and the ICF documentation being used at the time of consent to create a much clearer audit trail. It was also found on this same inspection and with the same case that there was no ID check or process in place to authenticate participants. So how did the person taking consent, those that are on the phone taking the consent, know who they were talking to and that they were the same person that the IMP was shipped to and the same person that was present at subsequent visits? Essentially, do you even know you are talking to a real person, a participant, given the technology that's emerging? We would expect that ID check and process to authenticate participants was in place. There's also the need to consider, is the same person trying to enroll numerous times, particularly if the trial is trialing an IMP, which it might have potential resale value, for example, with COVID treatments at the time, and therefore there could be a significant risk for IMPs such as cannabinoids or psychedelics, etc., to be going out to non-trial participants if this process isn't robust. The trial team in this case were able to mandate NHS numbers and have in place cross-checks for duplicates as a response for this finding. Issues with the process for obtaining consent by a legal representative on behalf of a participant lacking capacity was also seen. So consent using remote methods for this decentralized trial were already complex and therefore at risk of compliance difficulties. Therefore, adding the extra complexity of situations where legal representatives are required for consent, then as you could expect, issues were found, such as missing details in the database and hand-typed consent documents with no further documentation to validate the completion had been done by the legal representative. So moving on to the second inspection case that I would like to present. So this trial involved innovative features. So, for example, they were using existing healthcare systems. In this particular case, they were using registry data for clinical outcomes, the clinical outcomes for primary and secondary endpoints, with clinical outcomes being death as one of those main ones. So this registry data was used alongside ECRF data. So it was captured from registry data as well as ECRF data, essentially having two data sets. The ECRF data was being compared with the registry data, and it was found that the analysis variables were created from either registry data or ECRF data. There was evidence that the data was being extracted from the ECRF, but was effectively being replaced by the linkage data algorithm as set out in an SOP. The ECRF reported data was therefore not always being used as the outcome data for analysis. So whilst the ECRF data remained the same, there was different data from another source being used potentially instead, i.e. from the registry data. We also found that there was no PI approval of any changes to the reported ECRF data being different in the analysis datasets as a result. So the trial team stated that the rules to change the data were all predetermined and blinded to treatment allocation, and the ECRF was not changed, therefore approval was not required from the investigator. So in this particular case, as I've just explained, so what we saw was that there was two sets of data sets being essentially put together and used for the analysis. What could have happened, and in theory, the registry data could have been used as a way to centrally monitor data in the ECRF. And that would have been potentially a way to increase the accuracy of the ECRF without on-site or burdensome monitoring, having to go in and validate every source. And as on inspection, it was seen that the registry data was for what we actually saw in inspection was that the registry data was often more accurate than the primary endpoint data in the ECRF. But a central reconciliation could have been done and then queried back to the site as a way of monitoring that data and then ensuring final agreed data points were then used for the outcome analysis. Or potentially it could have all been declared in the protocol that data was being collected from registries and stating which data points and which registries were going to be used. And then you could have potentially not needed to collect all of that data and duplicate data in the ECRF, and as I say, to reduce that duplication. So we also found that there was no documented detailed assessment of the quality assurance of the registry data by the trial management team prior to the use of the data provided. It could not be confirmed whether the registry data in all cases would be reliable. Each registry is different, with the data being collected being subject to different quality assurance processes than others. Therefore, to determine the appropriateness of their use, these processes really need to be assessed, and this should all be documented within the TMF. So moving then to my final case, so case 3. So this trial involved decentralized elements such as central recruitment and screening, with blood pressure monitors being shipped directly to patients to be used at home. Data was then completed and submitted by patients using an application. And what we found in this particular case, which has become quite common, is that the trial risk assessment did not identify and therefore mitigate key areas of risk. For example, due to the nature of it having decentralized features, including shipment of IMP to patient homes, then there was a risk of capturing patient identifiable information and data in the sponsor database. And this was not captured in the trial risk assessment, and non-compliance was therefore further found in this area. So this is a common finding we have had recently, that the trial risk assessment was not updated throughout the trial in relation to substantial amendments and upon identifying significant issues and deviations, therefore missed opportunity to ensure equality by design and identifying the areas of potential compliance issues and mitigating them up front. And this really takes me into really the common themes of issues that we're seeing. So starting with from the sponsor perspective, we're seeing commonly that risk assessment and reassessment is often inadequate. So the new draft ICH-DCP R3 principles propose evaluating risks to quality factors that could impact on patient safety, rights and well-being, and that the reliability of the trial results, and that sponsors should implement mitigation strategies to support the conduct of the trial efficiently, proportionately, and avoiding unnecessary complexities. We're also seeing commonly participant confidentiality breaches, with identifiable data being collected in sponsor systems. So as the sponsor are the ones in some of these cases providing the databases to be used to enable decentralized approaches to be taken, we're finding more commonly now that participant confidentiality breaches are happening. And we've also been seeing documentation and verification of activities becoming, again, more and more difficult. So you need to consider, how can you as auditors or us as inspectors see that oversight has been maintained and that processes were followed? But here, common again is the risk assessment process. And then common themes of issues that we're seeing at the site level is really in relation to staff delegation and responsibilities. This delegation in a decentralized trial design is arguably even more essential, as this should set out exactly who does what. There needs to be a clear and a strong process for how people are added to that delegation and authorized by the investigator. For example, if the trial is using home care nurses via a provider rather than existing staff that are already routinely working with the investigator, then the investigator really does need to ensure they have that oversight of those staff, how they're trained and the qualifications being provided to the investigator to then enable that delegation of the task to them. And then the delegation log in itself, or the delegation documentation, should clearly support that process and demonstrate that that process has occurred. So to summarise, as Lee has already highlighted in her presentation, the fundamental rules of GCP can and do still apply, whatever the innovative design being used. So, for example, consent must be documented by the participant, although a proportionate approach can be taken. If innovative features are being used, an assessment for appropriateness and a compliance and risk should be completed and revisited throughout the trial. A risk assessment is really key. It's not a one-off for the trial. It is a living document that needs to be revisited. So to avoid issues, remember to apply a quality by design approach, identify your compliance risks and mitigate them wherever possible up front. If amendments and deviations do happen, then adapt to them and update your risk assessment. Thanks everyone, and that's the end of my presentation. Thanks all for listening.
So, guess what time it is? I would like to thank everyone, especially, can you all please join me in giving the presenters another round of applause? So I know we had a moment of silence earlier, but please do not fret. That moment of silence was captured on the video. So when you go back to review the video at a later date, you will hear what you missed. It is lunchtime. Please feel free to, there are 3 different restaurants in the hotel, or you can feel free to journey outside the hotel. It's up to you, but please be back by at least 1:09 so we can get started at 1:10. And I would also like to ask you, if please you see a speaker in line at one of the restaurants, if you would be so kind as to let them get in front of you, because they are on a tight schedule and they need to be back in time. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great one.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming back so nice and promptly. I hope everyone had a chance to have lunch. Is anybody still hungry? No? Okay, fantastic. Just a few household items before we could begin the next session, please. A couple questions. People online have been asking about the survey. The survey link has been activated on a one-stop shop website. If you scroll down, you'll see a link to survey and certificates. Please take that survey for the general event and download your certificate, please. The live stream link for today's events, in case you miss a session, you had to take a meeting or something, will also be posted on that website at the end of the day, and you'll be able to review that at your leisure. And for those of you who parked in the room, for those of you who used the garage, please check with the front desk. You'll get your parking validation sticker that you put on your ticket, that somebody's excited, that you put on your ticket, and you only pay $10 as opposed to for $14. One more thing, well, several things, but this is important. For those of us here in the room, our speakers, our faculty, and our attendees, we are not alone. Online, as of lunchtime, we have with us 5,095 attendees. So, and that's not including people who attended or are attending via the live YouTube link. This is only for the Adobe attendees. So please know that we have a really good crowd. A lot of people are interested, and your voice goes beyond the room into I would not the ether, but into the online world. Okay, so it's my pleasure now to introduce our next session, session 4. And we will be discussing good data governance practice updates. And to moderate that session would be Sheila Rastegar, who is a compliance specialist within the Regulatory Operations and Enforcement Branch of Health Canada. Please welcome Sheila.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. So welcome to our session to talk about good data governance practice updates. There are 3 presenters in this session that I would like to introduce to you. Is myself, Sheila Rastegar. I'm a senior compliance specialist with Regulatory Operation and Enforcement Branch at Health Canada. The second presenter is here, Dr. Cheryl Grandinetti. She is a clinical pharmacologist from the Good Clinical Practice Assessment Branch, a senior reviewer with US FDA. And the third presenter here is Andrew Fisher, and he is the lead senior GCP inspector with MHRA. And all the bios are also available. Throughout the session, the presenters will discuss the risk proportionate approach to data governance. We will talk about importance of good data governance practices. We'll provide you with some updates to E6R3 guideline related to data governance, including the investigator and sponsor responsibilities. And we will conclude with providing you with some deficiency examples and case studies to highlight the importance of these recommendations related to data governance. Now I hand it over to Cheryl to cover her presentation.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, first things first, this is my FDA disclaimer slide. So today I plan to discuss the risk proportionate approach to data governance, what we mean by this, and how this approach should be applied throughout the data lifecycle. And then later on in the presentation, I will provide a case example at the end. So as we heard this morning, the ICH E6 GCP guideline is currently undergoing its 3rd revision. And I'd like to highlight an important change to this guideline that we've already talked about today. And that is the use of risk proportionate approaches throughout the clinical trial lifecycle. I think it's important for us to understand that this risk proportionality provides the flexibilities when applying the GCP guideline to the design and conduct of the clinical trial. And since this is a major theme in our session today, before we get started, let's just take a moment and talk a little more about how this risk proportionality concept is presented in E6R3. So the draft E6R3 guideline builds on concepts in ICH E8R1, which is another ICH guideline that describes accepted principles and practices for clinical trial design and conduct. And E8R1 introduces and discusses in some detail the concept of building quality into the design of your trial. E6R3 highlights the importance of quality by design and fostering a quality culture, so one that values and rewards critical thinking and where leadership promotes open reporting, encourages investigation, and supports proportionate management of critical errors. The quality by design approach involves identifying factors that are critical to the study's quality, identifying risks to the critical to quality factors, and then using a risk proportionate approach to managing these risks. And this process is done during the design and planning of your study and should be revisited throughout the study conduct, analysis, and reporting. The E6R3 guideline emphasizes that processes and risk management strategies used in the trial should be proportionate to the importance of the trial data and the risk to trial participants' safety and data reliability. So as we start to talk more specifically in this session about the E6R3 data governance updates, I urge you to keep two principles foremost in your mind. The first is this overarching foundational principle that clinical trial quality is considered as fitness for purpose, meaning that the quality and amount of information generated from the clinical trial should be sufficient to support good decision-making. The second concept is the concept of risk proportionality, which I've just mentioned. And taking a risk proportionate approach throughout the clinical trial life cycle is an important operational approach to achieving the goal of fit-for-purpose clinical trial quality. This risk proportionate approach extends to data governance activities and would include the sponsor targeting and focusing efforts on those data governance activities that are critical to the quality of your study. So what does taking a risk proportionate approach to data governance activities look like? Well, this approach starts with quality by design, and it takes planning, coordination, and cooperation. So specifically, first, during the design and planning of your study, you should prospectively identify which data, which computerized systems and data governance processes are critical to data integrity and clinical trial quality. So we're talking about the data and the processes, if inaccurate, not performed, or performed incorrectly, would threaten the protection and safety of trial participants or the integrity of the study results. And this would be dependent on your study and study design, so there is no one size fits all. Secondly, again, during the design and planning phase of the study, and even throughout the study conduct, you should ensure input from all trial personnel, including your data scientists and your key data governance service providers, to help identify the critical data and the critical to quality systems and processes and risk to those systems, processes, and to the data. You should also ensure input when you're developing and implementing your risk mitigation strategies. Third, focus resources and monitoring on the identified critical data systems and processes to ensure the reliability of the data throughout the data lifecycle. Fourth, ensure there's a shared understanding by all trial personnel of what is critical to quality, so communication is key. Fifth, review and evaluate risks to the critical to quality factors throughout the trial and update your risk assessments as necessary. So for example, when there are key changes made to the protocol and other plans and trial processes. Again, involve your data scientists in this process. And then finally, you should document your risk assessments and your implemented risk mitigation strategies. So section 4.2 of ICH E6R3 is on the data lifecycle, and it includes new and expanded text on data capture, review of data and metadata, data corrections, data transfers, and finalization of data sets prior to analysis. You'll hear more about these and the data lifecycle throughout this session. But to quickly summarize, the risk proportionate approach to data governance should be used and applied throughout the data lifecycle with a focus on critical data and the systems and processes that help ensure data quality. And so with that introduction, I'm going to pass the baton back to Sheila, where she'll introduce some key data governance processes, which will be the basis of many of our case examples today.
Thank you, Cheryl, for the great introduction on requirement for implementation of risk proportionate approach throughout the clinical trial lifecycle. The focus of my presentation will be on data governance in management of computerized systems. And as part of the presentation, I will talk about importance of good data governance practices. The new section in ICH E6R3. I will introduce the 4 key processes for the full data lifecycle. I will talk about responsibilities of sponsor and investigators related to data and record and management of computerized systems. I will talk about requirements for validation of computerized system and conclude by providing examples of validation deficiencies observed in computerized systems. Data governance framework is a set of policies, guidelines, and processes that enable effective management of the data. And there's a great emphasis on quality in the new guideline. So it should be taken into consideration that quality should be designed in the clinical trial using risk proportionate approach. The quality and the amount of the information generated throughout the study should be sufficient to provide reliable results and to protect the safety of the participants in the study. So 2 key elements that we are focusing on through this session are quality in the design and conduct of the study, and also risk management and risk mitigations. Data governance provide guidance on appropriate management of data integrity, being completeness, accuracy, reliability. It provides guidance on traceability and security of the data. These are all critical factors for data quality that would allow accurate reporting, interpretation, and verification of the trial results. It also provides guidance on handling of the data and record keeping, how to obtain reliable results. It also, the risk proportionate approach applies to data governance activities. So we should implement risk proportionate processes and fit for purpose system controls. It provides requirements on relevant metadata and audit trails to be in place, and how to have structured data transfer and migration approaches. This section should be read in conjunction with ICH E8 and E9. There should be consideration for quality in the design and conduct of the study, as Cheryl stated, with identifying the critical factors to the quality and manage the risk for those factors. The systems and processes should be designed and implemented in a way that's proportionate to the risk to participants and reliability of the study data. The new section, data governance section of R3, introduces the following 4 processes for full data lifecycle with emphasis on criticality of the data, and they should be So the process number one is to ensure data protection of participants' confidential data. Process number two, to ensure computerized systems are fit for purpose and used appropriately. Third system, to safeguard essential elements of the trial, such as randomization, dose escalation, and blinding. And the fourth system, to support key decision-making, such as data finalization prior to analysis, unblinding, allocation to analysis data sets, and changes in clinical trial design. The three presenters in this session will expand on these four key processes and provide example of deficiencies and case studies relevant to these processes. Andrew will cover process number 1 and number 4. I will talk on process number 2, and Cheryl will expand and talk about process number 3. So the focus of my presentation from now on is on the second process, to ensure computerized systems are fit for purpose and used appropriately. So what are some of the investigator responsibilities in terms of records that's identified in the new guideline R3? In generating, reporting, recording data, the investigators should ensure integrity of the data. The investigator should ensure that data systems deployed by the sponsor are used as specified per instructions. And also the investigator should ensure the accuracy, completeness, legibility, and timeliness of the data reported to the sponsor in data systems. What are some of the responsibilities of the sponsor in regards to data and records? Sponsors in general are responsible to ensure requirements of the computerized systems are addressed and implemented in a risk-proportionate manner. They should ensure integrity and confidentiality of the data. They should apply quality control to all relevant stages of data handling to ensure that the quality is in place and the data is of sufficient quality to provide reliable results and to protect safety of the participants in the study. They should ensure that data collection tools are fit for purpose and are validated, and should ensure documented processes are implemented to ensure the data integrity for the full data lifecycle. When using computerized system, there are more specific requirements for the sponsors. They require to have a record of the computerized system. This includes the use, functionality, interface, and validation. They ensure requirements for the systems deployed, such as the requirements for validation, for audit trail, for IT security, backup, disaster recovery, user access management. All of those requirements are implemented with documented procedure and adequate training. They need to assess and document whether systems deployed by the investigators are also fit for purpose, and ensure that there's a process in place for investigators and service providers to be able to report to the sponsor if there are any defects with any of the systems being used. Risk proportionality applies to computerized system as well, to ensure that the computerized systems are designed and implemented to the criticality of the data, to ensure protection of the safety of the participants participating in the study. As such, the sponsor is responsible to ensure expectations of the systems are addressed in a risk-proportionate manner. The sponsor should review whether the systems used by the investigators and institutions are fit for purpose and conforms to the established requirements for completeness, accuracy, and reliability. And the responsible party should ensure those developing computerized systems are aware of the intended use and regulatory requirements. So to apply the necessary efforts in the design of those computerized systems to comply with these requirements. Data governance establishes policies and procedures, while data management uses those policies and procedures to create and compile good quality data, there are 4 principles to data management as listed here: to collect the right data with the right tools, to collect complete and accurate data to support data integrity, to apply appropriate controls, and to be able to produce sufficient information and to provide a complete clinical study report. I will focus on the 3rd aspect of the principle for applying appropriate controls to expand on. In applying appropriate controls, it should be taken into consideration to have adequate procedures and personnel training, to have control on data flow, being data transfer, data import, data interfaces, and more importantly, to have system controls. As part of the system controls, it's security of the system, it's access control, it's validation. These are the 3 important aspects of system controls, and also to have quality control of the data and perform data validation activities. I will take the validation aspect now of the controlled system controls. There are 3 principles for the validation: to have appropriate controls of the systems to be in place. Documentation exists to support the application of those controls, and the systems is fit for purpose. As with any recommendation in the R3, being heavily focused on risk proportionate approach, the approach to validation of computerized system are also based on risk assessment, taking into consideration the intended use of the system, the purpose and importance of the data being generated, processed, maintained, and retained in the system, and the potential of the system to affect the safety, well-being, right, and participants, or the integrity and reliability of the results. Validation should demonstrate that the system conforms to the established requirements for completeness, accuracy, and reliability, and the system can perform in a consistent manner. I also would like to bring to your attention that validation should be maintained throughout the life cycle of the system. As with any data system, there's a potential for having some system failures. There should be processes established and be in place to mitigate the risk. There should be contingency procedures in place to prevent loss or lack of accessibility. There should be mechanisms such as help desk support in place to document, evaluate, and manage issues, and to have continuous risk assessment throughout the study. And also defects and issues should be resolved based on criticality related to the timelines. So issues of higher risk should be addressed more timely. Now I'm going to walk you through some example of validation deficiencies observed during the inspections. The first example, there was the database use was not adequately validated for the intended use. The ECRF was not designed or validated to collect per protocol the primary efficacy endpoint of the data, which is a very critical data point in the study. And the impact of this caused for the data collected to not contain all the data variables needed to properly assess and analyze the primary endpoint of the study, as at the end we had incomplete data. On the right-hand side, I quoted some of the requirements as stated in E6 R3 to link the recommendations of R3 to the issues and deficiencies identified. As you can see on your right-hand side, it says the approach to validation should be based on a risk assessment, consider intended use, and also validation should demonstrate that the system conforms for completeness, accuracy, information, which in this case, we did not have complete data. The second example, there was lack of adequate documentation for system design, testing, and change control procedures. So as a result of that, we did not have adequate information, and we had incomplete evidence of validation. And again, the link to requirements of R3, as you see on the right-hand side, are very clearly speaking to those deficiencies. So that's why I just wanted to bring to your attention the importance of following the recommendation of the R3. Another example, the system test script execution record did not include testing of all the requirements. There was a critical functionality testing for randomization in the IRT system that testing was not performed, which resulted in participants to be randomized incorrectly. And again, there are requirements for testing of all the requirements, especially the critical functionality, which in this case was the randomization, which was not done. There were issues identified with the design and control. There were some missing adverse event pages for the corresponding SAE pages. As such, the information on the SAE pages captured were incomplete, and it did not have all the information without having the corresponding adverse event page for assessing SAEs. And the impact was data quality for safety assessment. And again, the requirements are on the right-hand side, linking to the deficiency. The last example, audit trails were not complete, as there were no audit trail for deletions. And that's, again, something that was not done completely. And the requirement on the right-hand side says that systems should be designed to permit data changes in a way that initial data entry, any subsequent changes, or deletions to be documented. And this was a data integrity issue. As Cheryl stated, when you're using a quality by design approach, you are designing quality into your study and identifying the critical factors that impacts the quality to potentially have an impact to participant safety or reliability of the data. And you need to manage the risk to those critical to quality factors with a risk proportionate approach. So to summarize, what were some of the critical to quality factors in the example of validation deficiencies we observed? One was to design per intended use and according to the protocol. Data integrity principles should apply during the system design, taking into consideration the criticality and importance of the data being generated, maintained, and retained in the data system. System should conform to the established requirements for completeness, accuracy, reliability, and functionality testing to be performed in general, and in particular, critical functionality testing to be performed, which, if you recall in the example I provided, that randomization was a critical functionality testing that was not done. And lastly, to have documented procedures in place from beginning to the end for study design, validation, functionality testing, setup, installation, change control, all the way to decommissioning of the system. Now I pass it to Andrew Fisher to cover his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to address the first number one, which is relation to participants' confidential information protection, with an example. But first, let's see what our ICH-E6R3 says about protection of such information. It does define confidentiality in terms of prevention of sharing of information with unauthorized individuals, and it's clear that participants should be told during the informed consent process that any confidential information on trial records will be kept confidential, both in the discussion and in any of the trial materials used. And it's therefore a requirement for the sponsor to ensure that this confidentiality is maintained and implement appropriate measures to protect this information from unauthorized access. Participants' confidentiality is a right, one of their rights, and therefore any factors in the trial design that could impact on these rights, result in a breach, needs to be part of the risk assessment, and then controls need to be put in place to mitigate the risk. The controls needed need to be proportionate, and that depends on the nature and the extent of the confidential information that is being assessed. It's also important that computerized systems that are used for any confidential information are also considered in this assessment to make sure there's no risk of unauthorized access and a breach of the participants' rights. So the example that I'm going to talk about is from an MHRA routine GCP surveillance systems inspection of a CRO, and the trial was selected as an example trial to be reviewed for GCP compliance, so there was no trigger in relation to confidential information management. So during the inspection, the inspectors discovered serious breach of participants' rights to confidentiality, which resulted in a critical finding. So this comprised of confidential data were contained in the CRF, and obviously its audit trail, and were accessible to all members of staff of the sponsor and the CRO who had view rights in the ECRF. The data was stored outside of the UK, EU, actually in the USA. The participants hadn't given their consent for these data to be shared with the sponsor or the CRO or transferred out of the UK. And they were told that their data would be pseudo-anonymized. And there was no protocol or other document that was provided to the MHRA or to the Research Ethics Committee that stated these data would be captured in the ECRF and available to the sponsor in this manner. So you're all thinking, well, what data are we talking about? Well, the trial was a decentralized trial, and the first visit was an on-site visit, and then remote follow-up was undertaken of the participants. And that was done by accessing the NHS hospital episode statistics, which is a national system. So they could look at that and identify any hospitalizations of the participants, which was part of the endpoint of the trial. In order to do this, they needed the patient's date of birth and their unique NHS number to link the data together so they could pull the right data out of the NHS systems. Additionally, the analysis in the trial wanted to consider the background social deprivation index of each participant. And in the UK, the SDI requires specifying at the street level, and a full postcode for each participant's home address was therefore required. In the UK, this would narrow down the location of a participant's home address to potentially just a very small handful of addresses. So whilst there may be valid reasons for having this data for the trial design, the issue was that it hadn't been fully considered. So what did go wrong? Well, the CRO did their own assessment, and they decided that they didn't understand that the data was going to be in the CRF. All the protocol and the consent materials didn't talk about the data that they were collecting. So during the protocol review and the review of the information sheet, it wasn't picked up in the approval processes. The risk assessment for the computerized system didn't require any consideration of risk to participant confidentiality in terms of the data collected, consent and access controls. And this was an unusual situation for the CRO. It's not very often that you see this type of data being collected in clinical trials. They're usually anonymized. And so there was no procedures in the organization to address how to manage such data at all. So what critical to quality factors could have prevented a breach of the participants' confidentiality and could have been assessed? Well, they could have seen the need for this data in the trial design and thought about it as part of the risk assessment. They could have thought about the best way to use a computerized system to manage this data. So is the ECRF that everybody's got access to the best place to put this? They may have thought of a separate dedicated database instead. They could have thought about where to keep the data and who needed access to it, when and why. So if it was to do with the analysis, perhaps the statistician only needed access to that particular information in order to do that analysis, and not everybody in both organizations. They could have looked at the consenting process to make sure that patients were properly informed of what data was going where in relation to the trial design. So what corrective actions did the CROs make? Well, they changed the storage location of the data, and they also liaised with the Research Ethics Committee to confirm the actions required in regards to communicating with the patients regarding the breach. They also looked to see if there were any other trials that this could have happened, to see whether it was a systemic issue, which it wasn't. They changed the access rights to the specific data in the ECRF. And I put a note there that a new point in ICH E6R3 does cover making sure that access rights are appropriate. And they also removed the confidential information from the audit trail by running a script. And again, this is an example of an exceptional circumstance where you might need to modify an audit trail, which is contained in the public consultation E6R3. In terms of preventative actions, the CRO needed to update its procedural controls in relation to the management of confidential information. So this included revisions made in its quality management system in terms of risk assessment and management processes in relation to the need for such information as part of protocol development, and informed consent materials production, and the data life cycle in terms of relation to confidential data. And of course, making sure that everybody is trained in all these procedures as well. So in summary, the CRA failed to have an appropriate risk assessment of the trial design in relation to confidential information. So the trial participants weren't told what such confidential data would be collected, and why and where the data would be stored. And the computerized system was built with no mitigations to the risks of having such data contained in it, and appropriate access controls to the data weren't in place. So a risk-based quality by design approach advocated by ICH E6R3 to include the risk to participants' rights to confidentiality in trial design in trials that needed this data would have prevented this. So the next process in full data lifecycle, I'll look at an element of number 4, and this is in relation to data finalization for decision making. ICH E6R3 suggests that sponsors should define what the quality of the data needs to be in order to give reliable analysis results and then the decisions made upon them. So for example, does every single data point need to be checked and queries raised and resolved? Is there some data that you can tolerate a level of error or variability in without actually impacting the overall results of the trial? Which data needs to be used in which specific analysis? So for an interim analysis, it's just part of the data compared to the final analysis. So defining the data you need for an analysis and the quality of it. And then the processes and procedures that are set out on this slide in relation to data management can then be used in the appropriate way on that critical data to meet the defined quality. And these can then be adjusted depending on what the data is used for. For example, a DSMB may be quite okay with just reviewing accumulating AE data, which may contain both monitored and unmonitored data, so QC'd and non-QC data. But then if the DSMB is deciding on the next dose to escalate to a higher dose, in that case, they might want to make sure that the quality of data is really high and fully QC'd and monitored. So what the purpose of the data is for also relates back to its quality. And then how can it be assessed that the processes you decided to use have actually been followed? So what essential records are going to be maintained so that you can see that the processes have been followed and that the data is fit for purpose? So is there some sort of summary checklist prior to finalization of the data that shows all the activities that have been done? And then can you drill down into the nitty-gritty of all the reports and records and listed in QC records to actually see these activities being done in detail? And then, of course, the access to the data collection tools may need changing depending on the purpose of the analysis. So for an interim analysis, you could just take a snapshot with no changes to edit access, or there may be a requirement to do some partial restrictions or freezing, or the database needs to be completely locked. So how the access changes depends on the nature of the analysis. So here's an example from a trial-specific GCP inspection that had regulatory decisions made both on interim analyses and final analyses submitted to the MHRA. So the data that was going to be used and prepared for the interim analysis were defined in just a PowerPoint slide that said what the CRF screens needed cleaning. There was nothing in there about the laboratory data, which formed a key part of the efficacy data, and that hadn't been adequately addressed. There was nothing in any data validation plan or an SOP concerning the data finalization, and the SOP didn't actually address interim analyses at all. It was just focused on final analysis. The SOP did require a final data finalization worksheet to be completed for the final analysis, but because the SOP didn't apply to the interim analysis, there wasn't one done, so we couldn't see what activities had been done for the interim analysis data. There was a bit of a more detailed plan for the final analysis of all the event-positive patients, and the data finalization worksheet was completed, but it said there were unresolvable queries outstanding, and this was actually contrary to the plan, which said there would be no pending queries, so it appeared they hadn't actually followed the plan that they'd written down. And when we looked deeper into the spreadsheet tracking data, we found that there were 700 queries that were documented as unresolvable, but there was no sponsor review to consider the impact of these unresolved queries, and some of them concerned adverse event data, laboratory results, and also eligibility of the trial participants. So this raised concerns that the quality of the submitted data was questionable, and so the sponsor then had to take an impact assessment and looking at all the unresolved queries to see if there was any changes to the data that had been submitted to us to make our decision. In this case, fortunately, there wasn't any impact, but there was obviously a lot of work that had to be done at this point of the process, which was could have been avoided. So what factors could they have looked at in terms of critical to quality to help them prevent this? Well, they could have looked at what processes there are in place to identify the critical data for the safety and efficacy analyses. They could have looked at how the critical data that they've identified would be managed and processed and declared fit for purpose. They could have assessed what documentation would be generated to confirm that the defined processes actually had been followed, and then whether the critical data of sufficient quality would provide reliable results. So in summary then, the organisation had an inconsistent approach to interim and final data analysis preparation of the data, despite them both being used for regulatory submissions and regulatory decision making. So they were doing different things just because one was interim and one was final, and you couldn't reconstruct what had happened at the interim compared to the final in the same way. And although they'd had a documented process for the final analysis data cleaning, by not documenting all that they'd resolved, or well, not resolving all the data queries, they hadn't followed their own process for that. And thankfully, that the queries didn't have no impact, but there's no documented review by the sponsor that they didn't have any impact. So overall, the new text in ICH E6R3 for risk-based data governance would ensure a focus on ensuring that the required quality of the critical data had been defined, and then also that the processes used to actually assure this were actually appropriately documented and demonstrate that that quality had actually been met. So that's my example. So now I hand back to Cheryl for another example and then to wrap it up. Thanks very much.
So thank you, Andy. The final key process that we'll talk about today is safeguarding key clinical trial design elements. And I'll present a case that focuses specifically on the key process of safeguarding the blind. So the data governance section in E6R3 recommends that your trial's risk assessment include the potential for planned and unplanned unblinding, that computerized systems and processes be designed and implemented in a way that protects the blind across all appropriate stages of the trial. This includes managing user accounts and roles for providing data access, and we heard a lot about this throughout the day today. It also includes ensuring that blinding is maintained, for example, when transferring data to study personnel who are supposed to be reviewing blinded data. You should define and document roles, responsibilities, and procedures for access to unblinded information. And you should document any planned and unplanned unblinding that occurred, ensure that the clinical study report accurately reflects any unblinding events that occurred. You should also assess the impact that these unblinding events had on the interpretation of the trial results, and this assessment should also be reflected in your clinical study report. So often what we see is that the sponsors don't consider in their risk assessments the different systems used in the trial and the areas where unblinded data can be accessed and unplanned unblinding can occur. And this case example really illustrates how sponsors can fail to identify where the risks are to unblinding and how these risks can be mitigated. This case was inspired by an actual case, but it's been anonymized, simplified, and changed to illustrate the lessons learned more clearly. So in this case, the pivotal trial to support approval was a multi-center randomized double-blind study. The primary efficacy endpoint was a subjective clinician-reported clinical outcome assessment. Because the study drug caused an adverse event that occurred early in treatment, which could potentially unblind the treatment assignment, the protocol required that each site have blinded independent evaluators to conduct the primary efficacy assessment. These independent evaluators, as I said, were blinded to the treatment assignment. They were also blinded to other patient data, such as lab data and concomitant meds, and adverse event data. And they were not to be involved in any other aspect of the patient's care and disease management. The protocol required an unblinded team to perform certain patient safety assessments during the early treatment phase of the trial. The team completed early dose adverse event monitoring, which could potentially unblind the treatment assignment. And then finally, the protocol required a blinded study team that conducted all other study-related patient care activities. And each team was not supposed to interact with the other team. Each team also had their own database that they were to use to enter their data. And the teams were not supposed to have access to the other team's database. So independent evaluators entered their data in database 1, which contained the primary efficacy endpoint data. The unblinded team entered their data in database 2, which contained the labs and other test results, which if viewed could potentially unblind study personnel to the treatment assignment. And then the blinded team entered their data in database 3, which again contained all other study information. So before we go any further, as an exercise, let's identify the main critical quality factors related to safeguarding the blind, and specifically during the time that subjects were being enrolled, treated, and assessed in the trial. So first, the critical data is clearly the data that will be used as a basis for approval, so the primary efficacy endpoint data. The lab data and the adverse event data that could unblind study personnel should also be considered as critical data. Procedures that are important to safeguarding the blind in the trial include those related to identifying and assigning roles and responsibilities in the trial, training and communication, because the sponsor and site staff need to understand the protocol design and the importance of their assigned roles and activities in maintaining the integrity of the trial blind. And they also need to understand the potential impact on the trial results if they don't do their job right. Monitoring would also be critical, and it should be tailored to the complexity of the trial and should focus on the critical to quality factors. So which data governance activities do we need to get right to safeguard the blind in this case? And again, for the purpose of this case only, we're going to focus on the time that subjects were being enrolled, treated, and assessed in the trial. So processes and procedures for managing user accounts and system access. So for example, access controls and for assigning and revoking system access, and computerized system training for system users that's commensurate with their roles and responsibilities in the trial. So what were the inspection observations? So I'm sure everyone can predict where I'm going with this, but the bottom line up front is that blinded independent evaluators and blinded study personnel at the majority of the sites were granted access to database 2, the study database that contained unblinding information. So how did this happen? Well, user management processes and procedures were not implemented in a way that was proportionate to the risk to the integrity of the blind. The roles of the independent evaluator, the blinded study team members, and the unblinded team members were not clearly defined at each site so that all involved in the study understood who was doing what. The unblinded and blinded roles changed throughout the trial at many sites, with unblinded team members switching roles midway through the trial to serve as a blinded team member or to be an independent evaluator. To further complicate this switching of roles, the sponsor didn't ensure that access to the database appropriate for their previous role was revoked. The study monitors completed the database access forms for site staff, and confusion of the roles at the site led to errors on these forms. Also, these forms did not capture enough information about the roles and responsibilities of the site staff. The form just said, for example, give Dr. Smith access to database 1. Because of this, the IT service provider, who was responsible for granting and revoking access, wasn't able to provide a second check to ensure that they were providing the site staff with access to the correct database related to their role in the trial. The IT service provider just did what the form told him to do. So communication and training was an issue because the sponsor and site staff didn't appear to understand the importance of their assigned roles and activities in maintaining the integrity of the blind. So for example, the monitors, again, who were responsible for completing the database access form, weren't properly trained on the study design and the importance of ensuring that study personnel were correctly assigned to the right database. The IT service provider, who assisted in providing access to the databases, also didn't understand the study design. Even if the database access forms completed by the monitors contain sufficient information about site staff's roles, it's unclear if the service provider would have detected errors in the request for the database access because they had no knowledge of the study protocol. Again, they just did what the form told them to do. And then finally, there was no monitoring performed on the critical to quality factors that we've identified as important in safeguarding the blind. No one was proactively monitoring system access to ensure that database access was being granted appropriately. The monitoring plan contained critical errors in the section that described how to complete the database access forms, confusing the database names and who should be giving access to which database. And database access Errors were identified by some data managers earlier in the trial conduct, and then access to the wrong database was subsequently revoked for those individuals. But there appeared to be no communication with the sponsor about the incident, and there was no formal investigation into the matter during the trial. So what was the data reliability assessment, and what were the implications to the overall study results? Well, because independent evaluators and blinded study personnel had access to and viewed information in the database that contained unblinding information, we could not rule out the introduction of study bias in the assessments related to the efficacy endpoint. So a sensitivity analysis was conducted, excluding subject data that was impacted by the inappropriate access. So it's hard to summarize all that we've heard today from Sheila, Andy, and myself. But our main take-home points, even if you don't remember anything else of what we said, are to identify critical data and processes that, if incorrect, not performed, or performed incorrectly, would threaten the protection of trial participants or the integrity of the study results. You need to ensure input from all trial personnel and study planning, including your data scientists and your key service providers. Focus your resources on the data and data governance activities that are critical to quality. Proactively communicate to all study personnel what data and processes are critical to quality, as this will support understanding of the priorities and resource allocation by the sponsor and investigator site. Ensure relevant training to study personnel that's commensurate with their roles and responsibilities in the trial. And then finally, ensure that monitoring reflects the critical to quality factors. And so with that, I'm going to pass the baton back to Sheila.
Thank you to both Cheryl and Andrew for the great presentation. We conclude our session here. We are going to have a 15-minute breaks, and after that is a Q&A panel where your questions will be answered. Thank you.
Oh girl, you must be
let's settle down for this last section of the day. And, some would say that the most important part, the panel discussion. And we will have the panel discussion Q&As. So a couple, again, housekeeping things. Let's see, what did I want to say? I am going to unabashedly promote our exhibit booth over there. And someone was asking about photo opportunities. So if you're here with your colleagues and you want to have a picture to take back to your other colleagues who didn't have the good fortune to be here, please take an opportunity at the exhibit booth directly across from the exit door there. Networking, of course, is at 4 o'clock. And many of our faculty have indicated that they will be there at the networking first floor lobby. So again, please make our faculty welcome and let them know that you appreciate them by asking them questions, okay? So for now, it's my pleasure to introduce the panel discussion, and our moderator is Dr. Regina Zoff. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody who presented today, for a very informative day. Now we're going to invite to the stage some of the presenters session by session from this morning and this afternoon to address some of the questions that have come in from the audience. So for session 1, I'm going to invite Lee from FDA, Hassine from Health Canada, and Andy from MHRA. Great, thank you for joining me. So our first question that's come in is actually for Andy from MHRA. When assessing essentiality of a record, does there need to be a formal process for this and the assessment of each record documented?
And the short answer is no. We don't expect the guidance that's contained in the ICH GCP-R3, I think there's 26 bullets on what makes a document essential. We don't expect any new processes to be put in place that every document or record that comes along, you have to formally assess it against those criteria and document your assessment. That's just going too far. In actual fact, many organizations will have already done this essentially by having a TMF index. They've already decided what documentation is essential, and they may be using the CDIST TMF reference model that sets out a lot of the essential documents that are expected in a clinical trial. I think the guidance is more useful for any adult documents that come across that are unexpected, and you can just use the guidance to decide whether you need it to be retained or not. So I wouldn't expect any additional processes or additional documentation of assessment of essentiality. It's guidance to just help you decide what goes into your trial master file.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next question is for Hassine. Are there plans to merge and harmonize the Part C Division 5 and GCP training requirements? And are there plans to make a more accessible and free platform training for clinical device trials?
Thank you, Regina. So the training session for Division 5, which is the clinical trial regulation in Canada, and the good clinical practices, they are already harmonized and merged. So we offer several sessions in Canada to our stakeholders on the interpretation of the regulatory requirement. And we have a guidance that is available on the website. I will speak about it tomorrow afternoon. So these sessions are offered all the time. And what we do is just we explain the regulatory requirement or the expectation of Health Canada when it comes to a clinical trial using human. And we use ICH E6R2 to explain the expectations. And we already provided several sessions, and we are more than happy to provide others. When it comes to making these presentation available, keep in mind that sometimes they are not, there are changes, and whatever we put or we share with the stakeholders may need to be updated. Currently, Health Canada is working on modernizing the clinical trial regulations. We are hoping that we will have a new regulation early into 2026, which probably will coincide with the publication or the adoption of ACH E6R3. And then most, if not all, of our guidance document will be updated, and then we will have a different training session for our stakeholders. The last time we provided the training on GCP, it was in 2019 when ICH E6R2 was published, and we provide 2 sessions, one in Ottawa, one in Vancouver. I'm seeing here clinical device trial. So I'm assuming that the question is about medical clinical trial using medical device. They are under different regulations, and it's the medical device regulation, and there's a part, I think part 4 or part 8, I don't remember, that is about medical device clinical trial. We did the pilot, but right now we don't offer any training because it's different requirement. They don't even have to comply with the good clinical practices or ISO 14, I think 125. We try to incorporate and harmonize all clinical trial regulation into one. So we work towards having one regulation that will cover drug, medical device, natural health product, and even food. But at this moment, we are focusing only on drug clinical trial. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we may have training also for medical device, but not at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. This next question is addressed to Andy, and it's related to GCP harmonization. Is the ICH E6 useful for the statistician?
Absolutely. The current R2 version is useful for a statistician. The GCP is applicable to statistical activities in clinical trials, and during our systems inspection, statistics often is a session that we will spend a lot of time on, looking at how the data is analysed, the quality control and validation of statistical programs and management of data that they're analysing, and production of the analysis TFLs, tables, listings, and figures, for example. And the update to R3 actually includes some specific parts that are applicable to statisticians regarding programming, regarding analysis analysis data sets finalization. There's a whole section on blinding that should be important to statisticians regarding study design and maintaining the blind, and also randomization aspects are covered in GCP. So statisticians are an important part of the sponsors trial team and contribute to the trial conduct, and therefore they should be trained in GCP and apply GCP principles to the activities that they're undertaking.
Thank you. This next question is for Lee from the FDA. When is ICH E6R3 expected to be implemented? Will there be another round of public consultation after Annex 2 development?
Yes, 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 and yes. So if you remember, I had that really long mouthful of the ICH E6R3 EWG Annex 2 subgroup. So they came together and they wrote the concept paper in March of 2023. It takes about 12 to 18 months for that to come together as a draft that is going to be subject for public consumption. So that actually is next month to about September. It takes 12 to 18 months for that. And then once that's compiled together, the whole ICH E6R3 should go live for the public to see thereafter, about a year thereafter. So we're thinking 2025.
This next question is for Haseen. Will the FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada share their inspection reports for sites in India and China to have a coordinated approach to compliance?
Thank you again. So I will speak on behalf of Health Canada, and then probably I will let Andy and Lee to speak about their respective organization. In Canada, we have several information sharing agreements with various regulators, under which we can exchange information. Besides, we have a publicly available database on Health Canada website where we share inspection for now that they have been conducted in Canada. But again, when we go to India for an inspection or even any other country abroad Canada, and if it's a joint inspection, keep in mind that the inspectors, they speak to each other and they share information. That's what we call them joint or parallel inspections. But there is a legal mechanism through which we share information with our regulators. Clinical trial is global activity, and expect that compliance enforcement will also be a global activity as well. Thank you.
Andy or Lee, do you have anything to add?
Our process of sharing information about inspection findings is set out in the agreements between the regulators. So in some cases with the regulators, we may be able to share an inspection report. In other cases, it's just a summary of what the findings were to inform an organisation. So it depends on the legal agreements between the regulators.
I echo what Andy said, the same with FDA, and I think that looking forward, we set up meetings to collaborate and be able to get even more legal agreements into place so that we can share information, have this global regulatory back and forth, and at least say, this is what we saw, what are you guys seeing, what's coming in even is what, sometimes we'd like to know, what files are coming in. So I think it's not just the now, it's looking for the future.
Andy, your presentation referred to service providers and not CROs. Does E6 distinguish between the two definitions?
It was a deliberate decision to include the new term of service providers in the new updated guidance, and a CRO is a subset of a service provider. So any organisation that takes upon itself duties and functions of the sponsor or duties and functions of the investigator is undertaking a service. And so depending on what that is, they may call themselves a CRO, and they tend to be service providers that provide a lot of the activities and duties and functions of a sponsor. Some organisations don't think they're a CRO because they might provide only a small part, say data management or statistics activities, but they're all doing the same thing. They're undertaking duties and functions of the sponsor or the investigator, and therefore should comply with GCP, and that was a deliberate decision to make that clear in the new guidance.
Great. Thank you for all of you clarifying these answers to these questions and for your respective presentations as well. And thank you for joining us on the stage. Okay, I will now invite Debbie of Health Canada, Elena of FDA, and Mandy of MHRA from session 2 for the session 2 question and answer session. Great. Thank you for joining me. Elena, can you talk about the difference between Alcoa and Alcoa Plus? Which is more formally recognized?
Sure, thanks for that question, Regina. So US regulations for GCP, not GMP, they do not formally recognize any of the Alcoas, including Alcoa Plus, Alcoa Plus Plus, or any other flavor of Alcoa that might be out there. So Alcoa is an important standard that we use to define data integrity. We consider it an ideal. In a perfect world, this is what you should strive for. And while ideal, practically speaking, your data does not have to be perfect. It does have to meet all the components. It doesn't have to meet all the components of the principles of data integrity. Of course, we would be very pleased if data did meet all of those components, but it does not have to. So in the end, the important thing is that the data is fit for purpose and that it's of sufficient quality to support regulatory decision-making.
Thank you. Debbie, for the business case on paper CRF, was that the only source document? If so, what's your position about sponsors? Sorry. That's okay, you're taking control of, can you turn your mic off, Elena? It's her fault. It's her fault. Just kidding. There you go. Okay, good. I'll repeat the question. So for the business case on the paper case report form, CRF, was that the only source document? Was there no other source in the medical records? And if so, what is your position about sponsors creating a paper or electronic tool to collect medical histories?
Thanks for the question. So I know it was a bit convoluted, and I did try to simplify it, but just to clarify, there were source documents and medical records that were created at the investigator sites, but there were also source worksheets which pretty much mirrored the paper CRF. So the entries on paper CRFs were transcriptions, and then the paper CRFs were again used as a reference to transcribe into the electronic CRF. So this caused an increase in the likelihood of transcription errors occurring and also a decrease in the likelihood that these errors would have been detected. Data monitoring wasn't as robust as it should have been because of the lack of risk assessment. And we do recognize that you can have paper source or electronic source at investigator sites, but when you are using paper source, it's not a sponsor-owned system, so sponsors should ensure that the system that's being used for source data do meet the requirements of the electronic records.
Thank you. Mandy, was the marketing authorization application for the rare pediatric product that you discussed approved?
So sadly, it was not. So despite efforts and the sponsor doing the additional analyses, that was helpful for the assessors, but the assessors had other questions, and there were other questions as part of the overall application itself. So sadly, in this circumstance, we did try, but in the end, it wasn't approved.
Elena, there were a number of questions about password managers or other identity verification systems that don't require PINs. Why wouldn't a sponsor just use one of those options?
Okay, thank you, Regina. So first, I'm not going to try to respond from a sponsor's perspective. But I can say that there are risks to every identity verification system, and sponsors should do an analysis of the risks of each system they're considering. And at the same time, they should also consider what kind of data the system is being used for. So if it's critical data, perhaps a primary efficacy endpoint data, like in my example, then the identity verification system would be considered critical to quality, because if something were to go wrong with that system, it would compromise the application. So in this type of case, robust access controls would be reasonable. Another important consideration would be the ease of use of the system given the study population. So you don't want the system to be of excessive burden that might deter the full participation of the participants.
Thank you. Debbie, are paper case report forms required if we enter data directly on validated electronic case report forms with an audit trail?
So this question can be answered in two parts. So the first part is, assuming if you have paper source, there's really no need to have a paper CRF. The example that I presented, this was actually the first example that I've ever come across when there's been both paper and electronic CRFs at a site. So that's why it was very confusing to those that were entering the data, and it became the data wasn't confined to one specific system, and it caused a lot of discrepancies there. So I'm really hoping that everyone received the message that the e-system, any e-system that isn't validated for its intended use, results in a negative impact to data integrity. But I think maybe what the intent of the question was, so the second part of my answer will be addressing the scenario when there's a direct entry into a validated eCRF. So the CRF in this case is also considered the source. So in this case, there needs to be additional considerations addressed, and these will include that this should be identified in the protocol, and there must also be provisions in place to ensure the investigator always has access to the study data in the CRF, so with no downtime. One of the reasons for this is so that data cannot be changed, access isn't available, and this should feed into your risk assessment as well. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Mandy, if data is transposed by validated automation created by the sponsor to avoid repeating data entries, would that be a concern if all is clear and visible to the investigator?
So thanks for the question. So my answer is always it depends. So in the example that I had presented, one option could have been to use a validated method of data transfer. But there are additional considerations with that in terms of looking at your risk assessment. What is that data that is being transferred? Is that method validated? Is the other, so if it's going from another system, is it accurate in that system? So for example, in the example that I had with the interventional study and the end of study visit, had the investigator confirm the accuracy of that data before it then goes into the next study data database. And once it goes into the other study, it can go into a form in the eCRF, but it would be useful if that was then a viewable only CRF, so it can't be modified and changed, because then you will then have further issues with potential data integrity and reliability. So you probably recommend having a view only form for that as well. So you're really clear on the data flow, on where the data was entered, how you've ensured the accuracy of that, you've ensured that you've got a validated method to transfer it, and then you can't change it further in the new system.
This next question is for Elena. Elena, there were also a number of questions about the use of PINs, security questions and answers. If these were confidential, how did we learn about this during the inspections? How would a sponsor, for example, discover that such an issue was occurring during a trial?
Okay, thank you for that question, Regina. So I'm going to break this down into two parts. So first, given that they're confidential, how do we learn about it during our inspections of the clinical investigators? And so during the inspections for the clinical investigators, the inspectors were focused on the primary efficacy data anomalies. And because this data was collected on an ePro, they looked into the procedures related to ePro access. That makes sense. And what I didn't mention to you during my presentation, mostly so I could get this question for the Q&A, so thanks to whoever sent it in, was that the sponsor inspection was occurring at the same time as at least one of the CI inspections. So we had multiple inspections going at once, and we did communicate with the inspectors quite frequently from the various inspections that were going on to talk about what was going on and what more information would be useful. So the inspector for the sponsor inspection requested the PINs for the sites of interest. And so that's where we got the PINs. We got them from the sponsor, who retrieved them from the service provider who was managing the ePro data. So that's how we learned about the PINs. And later we learned about the security questions and answers. And the sponsor did remark that they don't usually have knowledge of the PINs for various privacy reasons. So that's the first part of that question. And the next part was, how would the sponsor discover such an issue during a trial? So during a trial, the sponsor, that's right, would not have direct knowledge of pins or security questions or answers, kind of for obvious reasons, but the service provider who manages the ePro data, they should have the ability to monitor this type of information for patterns, right? Whether those patterns are repeated use of the same pin or pins that are based on participants' birth dates or other patterns. And it seems reasonable. I mean, I'm not an expert on this sort of thing, but it seems reasonable that they might have programs or algorithms that could monitor for these sorts of patterns. I'm sure there are folks in this room who know a lot more about this than I do in terms of what is possible. But so even without knowing or divulging the details behind what they're finding, I would think the service provider could notify the sponsor if there were concerns like that.
Thank you. Debbie, what exactly do you mean by validated systems, data systems? Do agencies offer a validation, and what criteria must the system meet?
So in simple terms, really what it means is first you have to have a defined system. And then next step is to assess the risk and then effectively control and mitigate your risks. Finally, you need to test your system against predetermined specifications so that you have assurance that it is fit for purpose. And there should be an overall quality system structure in place to drive this process. Larger sponsors have the structure in place, but for smaller sponsors, you really need to have defined standards so that you have the system in place to support the process. And there's several guidances available online, so multiple data integrity guidances, there's a PICS guidance, GAMP guidance, a never-ending list really that's available on all of the agency's websites.
Great. Thank you so much, all of you. We're out of time for this session, question session, but it's been very informative. Thank you. Okay, for session 3, we're going to invite Lee from the FDA. We're going to invite back Haseen and also Jason from MHRA.
Ask you to delete the last question.
Sure, we probably won't make it. So we are going to start with Jason. Jason, what are the biggest challenges or deficiencies noted by agencies in decentralized clinical trials?
So in some respects, they're fairly obvious. Decentralized trials, they are quite complicated. You've lost the link you had with your investigator, who traditionally would perform a lot of the activities which you're now looking to outsource. So the kind of challenges we see, the bigger challenges we see are very much that, how does the investigator maintain their oversight? What's going on? How do they do it? How does it fit together? Also, how do they make sure they're linked in with the various other parties that are doing the work on their behalf, whether that's the IMP provision, whether that's various vendors of things, all of that kind of lot, how do they fit all that together? Quite a specific one is e-consent, because in reality, industry is not very practiced at it. Guidance has been out there for a while, but it's not widely adopted. And in some respects, the pandemic forced our hand to adopt that and get on with that. So, because none of us are particularly practiced with it, we see all sorts of problems with that electronic consent, those mechanisms for obtaining consent for involvement in these kinds of trials. And you don't really have the same opportunities when you see the patient again and again and again each time they turn up to basically correct it. So that kind of thing exists. You've also got generally the complexities of all the moving parts. Because you miss that hub, there's a lot to stay on top of. When the investigator is in control of all of the things that are happening under their roof, whether that's imaging, whether that's the blood collection, whether that's this, that, and the other, they're much more intimately involved with it. And they sort of do it for lots of studies or lots of research studies, general practice, whatever it might be. So they understand how it fits together. Whereas in these decentralized trials, they don't really have the same links. They don't know the same people. They don't really have the same contacts. Every trial is different. We know this to be true. So the complexities of things don't necessarily help matters much, and they don't have the ability just to walk down the corridor and go and have a chat or go and get something fixed. I don't know, Haseen, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to provide the Canadian perspective. So, yeah, there is few challenges, at least from a regulatory perspective. As you know, in Canada, and Alicia explained that well, we didn't define what's a clinical trial and regulation, and we are just using the definition provided by the ICH guideline. However, on the other side, the regulation states that only one investigator per site, and that poses some challenges, at least for our inspectors, on how to deal with these decentralized clinical trials. Also, shipping drug to the sites, there is like particularities when it comes to these satellite sites or you know, directly from the sponsor to the homes of the participant. There's an issue also, where should the inspector inspect? Where should the records be kept? And also we have particularities when it comes to provincial territory jurisdiction. As you know, physicians, they are limited to their province, and they cannot recruit outside and provide healthcare. We, in Canada at least, we issued what we call the transition regulation for drug and medical device used in COVID trial, and we put enablers there for decentralized clinical trial. Like we we clarified the remote consenting. We expanded the who can be an investigator to other healthcare professionals. Practically is the practitioner nurses. But again, there's challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities for decentralized clinical trial. So, if you have anything to add? Thank you.
Yes, I agree, with my colleagues here that the major challenge here is the complexity of the data flow. And, it comes from different parts and multiple moving parts at the same time, which increase the risk of introducing variability to the data set, as well as increase risk, to the quality and the integrity. And as I mentioned during my presentation, it's important for sponsors, to have a robust and well-defined data management, good data management, and monitoring, training. These are all important things, that you do for standard trials, but it's even more important for decentralized studies. Thank you.
With respect to that, given the at times lack of data quality for decentralized trials, are they reviewed more aggressively than traditional clinical trials due to this decentralized nature? I'd like to ask Lee first.
So decentralized trials are reviewed in the same manner as traditional trials, and they fall into the same regulations, and FDA inspectors will follow the same compliance program as for traditional trials. But that said, we mentioned how complex these studies can be. So investigators and sponsors have to think carefully how you oversee the trials activities that are being conducted offsite. Again, their maintenance, training, clinical investigators, should think carefully about the data they are signing off, that they are accurate, and that they can be followed. And sponsors, whatever electronic systems they are responsible for, they should be able to reconstruct where the data comes from and who has interacted with the data, and basically, good data governance for these types of trial.
Jason, do you have anything that you'd like to add to that?
I totally agree with you, Lee, in that we don't really treat them any differently, but they're of interest because they're new and they're exciting and they're a different way of working. We also receive lots of news about it. So it's obvious that industry itself is also trying to feel its way through these things. And so as an inspector, that's always of interest then to me. Why pick something which we've seen 100 times over, when you can pick something which is a bit more new, a bit more of a challenge. So we don't treat them any differently, but they're of interest to us just because they're new. I'd just like to echo Lee a little bit there. The key bit really there is to very much explain sort of the operational and translational nature of a lot of these things, how things fit together. And for the sponsor to be on top of that, and also the investigator to be on top of that. And I think that places quite a lot of emphasis on particular roles and functions within these kind of trials. So they're interesting to follow and see how they work, but I think we'll see more and more of them. Yassine, did you want to add anything?
Nothing to add, just as in Canada, the same regulatory requirement apply to a decentralized clinical trial or not. And yes, it adds a layer of complexity for inspectors. Thank you.
This third question, Yassine, I'll address to you initially. Are healthcare providers who provide routine medical care to trial participants and thereby contribute data to a DCT considered investigators for the purposes of oversight?
Thank you. So investigator or qualified investigators in Canada, they have to be designed and they have to submit the form, and it's an official function. So just providing routine medical care to trial participant does not mean that you are an investigator. You could be just part of study team or sub-investigator, but in order to be an investigator, you need to really take on and fulfill all of the obligation of the investigator, including be part of the application, be notified by the sponsor, and sign the forms. So that's it. Thank you.
Lee, do you have anything to add to that question?
Yes, I agree, the same. If the healthcare provider only provide routine medical care and does not require training for the protocol, then, he's not considered an investigator for the purpose of the study.
Jason?
I don't have anything more to add. Nope.
Nothing. Lee, are visits at home to be performed always by physicians? In some cases, nurses perform procedures at patients' homes. Are they allowed to collect adverse events? And how are these then reassessed by the clinical investigator?
This is a good question. No, you don't need a physician to do home visits. It can be performed by nurses. And in decentralized studies, we have seen mobile home nurses, nursing services that will visit the patients at home to collect vital signs, check on the well-being, and they can certainly collect adverse event data. But of course, all this have to be detailed in the protocol, from the beginning. And depends on the frequency of the investigator to reassess this. It will depend on the protocol, but then of course, depends on the severity of the adverse event. The physician might access more frequently if needed.
Thank you. Jason, do you have anything to add?
I think the only thing really to add from my point of view is we rarely see doctors go out to see patients at home. We see plenty of nurses go out to do it, but it doesn't mean it's restricted to just doctors and nurses. There is plenty of opportunity for other healthcare professionals to go and do those kind of visits. So bear in mind the skill set, what they're capable of doing, and depending on what activities are required to be done for the clinical trial, take into account various people's skill sets.
Yassine, do you have anything?
Nothing to add. Well covered by Lee and Jason. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question, but we'll need to be brief. Jason, do you need 2 PIs when a single patient is recruited and treated at a hub center and then followed up in a spoke center when both centers are separate legal entities?
So to keep it short and brief, the answer is no, but it depends, like Mandy said earlier on. It depends a little bit on what the spoke needs to do. So if it's the routine medical care, if it's shared care arrangements, those kind of things, then no, you don't need a second investigator. But once they start getting involved in trial activities, generating trial-specific data, rather than part of that routine care, then that's when you need to start to consider whether or not they should be a site in their own right.
Great, thanks so much to all of you. Okay, for session 4, we're going to call back Sheila from Health Canada, Cheryl from FDA, and Andy from MHRA. Anywhere. Yep.
Get this.
Thank you for joining me. Andy, what key validation documents should be requested during a GCP audit?
I guess it depends on the purpose of the audit and who's doing it and why. So, and that varies for us as inspectors. So we have done a series of e-system vendors inspections where virtually the entire inspection is about computer systems validation. And what we do there is look at their process for how computer systems are validated, both the software and the trial-specific builds. And we look at their processes, their SOPs, and we typically do a show me approach where they talk through their process and we request to see information that they generate during that process. So that's specifications, testing records, validation reports. And sometimes this actually involves going into electronic systems because a lot of the validation records are actually kept in electronic systems such as JIRA, to name one. There are others available, of course. And so we do look in those systems as well. Alternatively, it may be at a sponsor inspection and that work's contracted out. We may just see some top level documents. So the user acceptance testing, validation report, specifications documents, etc., that the sponsors obtained. But this is one thing we see is that sponsors may not necessarily have all of the documents, or it varies what they have depending on what the vendors provided to them. So this is what I was saying in the essential documents, that the sponsor should make sure they have access to those other records that the vendor has. So the short answer is that it depends.
Cheryl, where does cybersecurity of ePro systems come into play? There seems to often be poorly secured systems being sent home to patients to connect to their home network. Should this cyber risk be disclosed in their consent form?
Yeah, thank you for the question. First, before I comment on whether this should even be disclosed in a consent form, and before putting language like this in a consent form, let me just say that the risk of unauthorized access to the data should be considered in your risk assessment, and you should implement strategies to mitigate the risk from authorized access to the data. So for example, access controls and data encryption. You should also have cybersecurity plans in place to detect, mitigate, and report unauthorized access to data. Security breaches that may affect safety and privacy of your study subjects and the confidentiality of the data should be reported to the IRB and to FDA in a timely manner. So, I mean, I would just caution against putting language like that in a consent form. You really need to tackle the issue before, when you're selecting your device or your ePro or your app for use.
I have a follow-up question for you. What steps should the sponsor take to ensure the investigator's systems are fit for purpose?
So if you're using data from an investigator system and you're using that data in a trial, so let's say you're using data from an EHR, sponsors really need to ensure that it's of sufficient quality and there's an appropriate level of data reliability. In FDA guidance, we encourage use of ONC certified systems because we feel these systems have built into them the various data security and integrity controls. However, if the system isn't certified, then you'll want to ensure that there are adequate privacy and security controls in place to ensure data confidentiality and integrity. So some of the things that you might want to look at is if the data is attributable. So are authors of records identifiable? Are there audit trails available to track changes to the data? Also, you should review the processes and procedures for use of the system at the site and whether they're adequate and in place. And if the site is using a system that doesn't contain these controls, then you really should consider the risk of using data from those systems in the trial and its impact on the regulatory decision. Records also should be from these systems should be available and retained for FDA inspection. So there are EHR systems that are not certified. They may be certified out from other authorizing bodies outside of the U.S. And so, it would be good, it could be good to collect and maintain that information as, whether the system is fit for purpose.
Andy, a good security system makes passwords invisible to use. So how can a sponsor check what people are using?
Well, I don't think a sponsor should want to check what people's passwords are. Why would they want to do that? I think what the sponsor should be doing is looking at the authentication procedures and protocols that is applied to a system. Like whether it's single factor, two factor, etc. And then they should also be looking at the rules that are around password creation. So the complexity rules, which you're all aware of, because you can never seem to meet them when you first tried it. So it's putting 10 characters in, uppercase, lowercase, special characters, numbers, all those sorts of rules to make sure that you can't use previous ones, etc. To make sure that the password are secure. I think that's the approach to take rather than trying to obtain everybody's password to check what they are.
Sheila, what defines criticality of a function in a computerized system?
The answer to that is that you need to make a determination on the criticality of the data that function is responsible for. There should be, again, doing a risk proportionate approach to make an assessment on impact of that, either on safety of participants or reliability of the data.
And what are the requirements, Sheila, for transfers of the data from a system that is going to be retired to a new system?
For the data being transferred or migrated from one system to another, the key thing to have in place is to have a pre-approved plan. You need to have a plan in place to have all the spelled out all the details, roles, responsibilities, the steps, the timelines, and the method of the transfer should be tested, defined, and controlled, and also QCs to be done based on the level of the risk. So again, risk comes into the play, criticality in play, and level of the QC. All of that is also risk proportionate approach.
So those are all the questions I have from your session. Is there anything anybody else would like to add? We have a couple more minutes if you do. Okay, that concludes our question and answer panel. Thank you so much, everybody. And I believe we have the wrap up and closing remarks. And for this, we're going to invite Haseen back to the stage. Thank you.
So what a wonderful day. It's very exciting. So a big thank you to today's speakers. Thank you for the organizing committee. Thank you for the logistic team looking after the location. Thank you for the audio, visual, and broadcasting team on the back, and a special thank you to Jeff. Thank you to anyone who contributed to the organization of this event, whether they did closely or by far, but also a big thank you to our dear attendees, whether they participate in person or remotely. So this first day was full of valuable and very informative session. We hope that we met your expectations. We started with first session regarding ICH E6 R3 update. The second session was about digital health technologies. Case study were also presented. The third session was centered on decentralized clinical trial and GCP inspections. Speakers also provided clarification updates from regulators and presented a few cases. In the afternoon session, we have good data governance practices and updates. Several cases were presented. It was a wonderful session. It's important to highlight that this wonderful event was the product of tremendous effort and many, many hours. We are doing this for our dear stakeholders to make sure that we keep this channel of communication and collaboration open, hoping that you would benefit from this sharing information and this experience. So stay tuned. Tomorrow is another day full of other informative sessions, very interesting topics. So until tomorrow, I wish you a wonderful night and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.